Discovery, go at throttle up.
We're just in time. Oh boy, underdriven. Okay, hold on. So this is the Artemis 2 mission profile press conference. Let's see what they got.
Good morning and welcome to our briefing today about NASA's Artemis 2 test flight, set to send 4 astronauts around the moon next year as the first mission under the Artemis program.
And
I'm Rachel
reverb.
Kraft with NASA Communications. We have several key people here today at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston to share more details about the mission. They are Lakeisha Hawkins, Acting Deputy Associate Administrator for NASA's Exploration Systems Development Mission Directorate, Charlie Blackwell Thompson, Artemis Launch Director. Judd Freeling, Artemis II Ascent Flight Director. Jeff Radigan, Lead Flight Director for the mission. Rick Henfling, Artemis II Entry Flight Director.
Don't hit the mic, Rick.
And Dan Flores, NASA Test Director. We'll have some remarks this morning from each of our participants here, and then we'll take questions from reporters both here in the room and on the phone. Reporters who are on the phone, you can get into the question queue by pressing *1. And with that, we'll start with Lakeisha.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us. I'm glad we opened with that video. It gets your heart pumping, and it reminds us of the historic nature of the mission that we are about to embark upon. We're here today to talk about Artemis II, and we together have a front row seat to history. We're returning to the moon after over 50 years during the Apollo program, the Apollo era, and we are going back to the moon. Now, this is a series of tests, Artemis is. Artemis 1 was a 25-day mission. It was a great success where we demonstrated the capabilities of the SLS rocket, the Orion spacecraft, and all of the supporting operational and ground systems. We were able to test out those capabilities in a real deep space environment. And so now here we are moving on to Artemis II. Artemis II is a 10-day test flight. We will be launching 4 crew, our friends, Commander Reed Wiseman, and pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialist Christina Koch, and Canadian Space Agency and mission specialist Jeremy Hansen. And them, along with our ground teams, we are going to be working together to execute this mission. But let me emphasize that this is a test flight. And so the activities that we do together, we are going to learn from them. And so while Artemis 1 was a great success, there are new systems and new capabilities that we will be demonstrating on Artemis 2, including the life support systems, the display capabilities, software, and et cetera. We'll be taking lessons learned that we learned from Artemis 1 and incorporating that into Artemis 2, and then building upon what we learned from the last mission. This is a stepped approach, and all that we learned from Artemis 2, we will build upon that to prepare us for our first crewed landing on the surface of the moon for Artemis 3. Now, there are some things that we're doing for Artemis 2. We can talk a little bit about what that mission will look like. This is going to be a free return trajectory. And what that means is a mitigation, we are going to essentially set the course when we do the translunar injection burn on day 2 to use physics, the Earth and moon gravity, to make sure that we can return the crew without having to make major course corrections, propulsion burns. This is something that we've experienced before. If you recall in your history, we did that on Apollo 8 and Apollo 13. And so when you look at this map, we go from launch, and then the boosters, of course, which provide about 75% of the thrust that we need in order to be able to get the spacecraft aloft. Once we do that, and of course the RS-25 engines burn, then we're going to jettison the boosters, as well as the launch abort systems. Once we get through main engine cutoff, then we're going to do an apogee raise burn and a apogee raise maneuver and a apogee raise burn. And then we're going to demonstrate a rendezvous proximity operations demonstration, and I think my colleagues are going to talk a little bit about that. That's going to be critical to ensure that we can control 2 bodies in close proximity to one another as we prepare to do something similar on Artemis 3 when we get ready to move the crew from the SLS Orion into our landing system in preparation for landing.
Yep.
And then after we dispose of the upper stage, the ICPS, We're going to do some checkouts of some of our life support systems in HEO, or high Earth orbit. And then we commit to translunar injection. We then make our path out to the moon, around the moon, and then a return back home. Once we get to the entry interface, once we hit the atmosphere, then all that's left to do is splash down and to safely recover our crew. Our job is not only to launch this crew, but to make sure that we return our friends home safely. So there's a couple other things I want to talk about. I'd like to talk about the mission management team. The mission management team will be activated about 2 days before the launch. Now, the mission management team is responsible for the overall risk management and critical decisions at key points during the mission. And that team is going to be made up of senior leaders and technical experts who understand the risk that we have been mitigating and thinking through, and some accepting as we lead up to the mission, and then be able to support that and lead that during the mission. But the real-time decision-making, a lot of that will be handled by my launch and flight and return recovery colleagues sitting next to me, and they'll be talking a little bit more about their jobs during this mission. We'll start at Kennedy Space Center, and then we will transition here to Johnson Space Center after the proximity operations demonstration on launch day 1. And then from then on, we'll meet daily, or they'll meet daily until the crew is safely returned. And so one more question that I often get asked is, when will we actually launch? The agency has made a commitment to launch no later than April of 26, and we intend to keep that commitment. We're also, though, working to accelerate as much as we can in terms of the preparations and the operations preparation to potentially as early as February. But we want to emphasize that safety is our top priority. And so as we work through these operational preparations, as we finish stacking the rocket, we're continuing to assess to make sure that we do things in a safe way. And once we get through some of those key integration points, once we get ready through some of those test prep activities, we'll be able to fully assess where we are. Now, the process that we go through in order to be able to set that is we understand where our progress is in terms of stacking of the rocket and our ops planning and preparation, our training planning and preparation. And then we take a look at the potential launch periods that are available to us. The launch periods, which is the days, and essentially that falls about monthly days available to us, as well as the windows within those days that are available that are suitable for us to be able to launch.
Yep.
And we take a look at our technical readiness. We take a look at potential constraints, technical constraints. And we also, of course, take into consideration orbital mechanics, the physics of the Earth relative to the moon, the trajectory that we have prepared and set out for ourselves, and any range constraints, any Earth and space weather. All of these we put together to make an assessment of what is available to us to be able to execute on this mission. And as we get closer, we're narrowing that down, and we'll be ready to talk about that very soon. Mm-hmm. And so I'll just conclude by saying that we're making preparations, and when we are ready to safely launch, we are going to accelerate as much as we can to do so. We'll be able to execute this mission, and it is our plan and our desire to be able to bring our crew safely home. With that, I'll turn it over. I think I lost the mic. With that, I'll turn it over to Charlie Blackwell-Thompson.
Thank you, Lakeisha.
Pretty succinct, man. That's a pretty good explanation.
And thanks for everyone who's joining us today, either here in the room or online.
Before Charlie starts talking, the reason why they have a no earlier than and no later than, guys, is because of lunar transfer windows. You can only go at certain times because of the phasing of the moon relative to Kennedy Space Center, et cetera, et cetera. The Apollo program had to do the same thing. You could only send it at a certain time because to get into the right orbit that you need, to get into that rectilinear halo orbit. I mean, the Apollo This is a free return, so it's a little bit different, but long story short, the moon has to be in the right place, or else the mission profile is not going to work. Rectilinear halo orbit has a lot to play into that. Free return trajectory also has a lot to play into that. It's not like KSP where you can just do it every time.
Talk about our preparations at the Kennedy Space Center for this SLS rocket and the Orion spacecraft as we prepare for Artemis II. And as Lakeisha said, this is a very exciting time for us.
Yes,
Orion
crude.
is in its final
Yeah,
preparations
manned,
and what
one.
we call
Oh, yeah.
our
4
offline
people on board.
processing. It is currently in the launch abort facility, launch abort system facility, or the LASIF as we call it back at Kennedy. And it is finishing up its processing there. We expect that to complete in about a week or so. And then it'll be headed over to the Vehicle Assembly Building, or the VAB. The SLS rocket is pretty much stacked and ready to go. Its test campaign is behind it. We are finishing up some of our closeouts and some of our other work, but most of our work there on SLS is behind us, which is a wonderful milestone. Later this week, we plan to stack the Orion stage adapter. It does have some payloads on board it that'll be going along
Look at the people,
for
guys.
the ride
Look how
with us,
big
some
that thing is.
CubeSats. So we're looking forward to
Orion's
that
pretty
as well.
big. It's a big spacecraft.
Once Orion is complete over in the
People down there.
LASIF, we'll bring it over to the VAB.
She's a
It
beast.
will get mated to the SLS
There's a door
rocket,
on the,
and we'll begin our test campaign. And as part of that, some of the tests are the same that we did during the Artemis 1 time frame. There's an end-to-end comm test, there's an interface verification test, but we also have some new ones. And those new tests consist of the countdown demonstration test, which is about our crewed flight. If any of you remember or were following back in the shuttle days, we had a similar test that was called TCDT, Terminal Countdown Demonstration Test. That's where we suit up the crew. They come out, we go through our checklist and our countdown. They'll enter the ship, we'll do comm checks, we'll get them strapped in, we'll do comm checks, we'll do the configuration of the crew module, and we'll count down to inside of terminal count before we have a planned stop. As part of that, we'll also do an egress demonstration, and that will be what we call a CDDT Part 1. Once that testing is complete, we have some other servicing ops that we'll take care of in the vehicle assembly building. We will go ahead and do our flight termination system test, and we'll start closing out the vehicle compartments as part of our final closeouts of SLS. And when all of that is done, we'll get ready to roll out from the VAB
show the rollout footage.
to the pad.
Show the rollout footage.
And you can see some imagery here from rollout from Artemis 1. It is truly a beautiful sight when that vehicle begins to make its way across the threshold of the VAB and along that 4-mile journey to the pad. Once we get to the launch pad, we will make the connections between the mobile launcher and the pad. We have a little bit of testing that we will do out there as well. We have some comm testing that we'll do in the RF environment. We have booster servicing to take care of. We have emergency egress system to do the final configuration of. We'll take care of that right after getting to the pad. We'll have the crew come out for what we call Part 2 of CDDT, and that is where we'll walk down that emergency egress system and go over the events of egress in the event that we have to perform one of those on launch day. After that, we're off to wet dress. Wet dress rehearsal will be a full tanking of the vehicle, core stage and upper stage. We will get into a terminal count, and again, we will count down inside a terminal count to about the 29-second point, and then we will terminate that test. We'll go review the data, and a few days later, we'll get into launch countdown.
I think.
Our countdown is 2 days long, very similar to what we had for Artemis 1. We do have a couple of changes, though, because we have a crew this time around. So after tanking, we have a new built-in hold that we will use just prior to sending the crew to the pad. We will send them out, get them strapped in, again, comm checks, and get the crew module configured. and we'll count down to our final planned hold point, which is at T-minus 10 minutes. Very similar to what we did during Artemis 1, we'll do our final readiness checks, make sure all of the work is complete, that we are tracking no constraints, and at that time, we will give the go to pick up the count at T-minus 10 minutes, which again is our last planned hold point, and we'll count down through terminal count. The launch abort system, or the LAST, will become available to us at 5 minutes 25 seconds. And then we'll count down through our terminal count. Again, we'll be terminating the propellant to the vehicle, pressurizing flight tanks, transitioning from ground power
Watch behind them.
over to onboard power, and then transitioning the software from the ground over to the flight. And we'll get
See the
down
condensation
into that
cloud? Those.
inside of 31 seconds, and we'll count down. We'll get the GLS's go for core stage engine start right around 10 seconds, just like Artemis 1. We'll begin that stagger start of the engines, and then we'll have booster ignition and liftoff. And at that point in time, our launch control team will hand over control of the vehicle to the flight control team. And just like that, I'm going to do it here today as I hand off to Judd Freeling, our Ascent Flight Director.
Thanks, Charlie. So, of course, we at the Mission Control Center will be following along the pre-launch with Charlie through the RF link of the Kennedy Uplink ground station. And we can probably still start the video. I got an animation to show you what it's going to look like when we lift off. So that 8.8 million pounds of thrust is going to start to propel the crew upwards towards our mission objective. There you can see. We'll clear the tower probably about 10 seconds after liftoff, and then we'll start a roll maneuver that will get the
computer graphics. Just show
down
the
position, and then pitch down so that we can start developing some horizontal velocity. And you can see from this shot gives you a good wide angle from what that trajectory is going to look like.
Just show the real thing.
About a minute in, or we get to our supersonic, so Mach 1. A little shortly after, we get to our max Q. There at about 150,000 feet, the solid rocket boosters separate from the stack. We continue on upwards. Then about a little over 3 minutes, the SM panels jettison, revealing the solar arrays. And then about 6 seconds later, the last jettisons. That's the launch abort system. So we continue on past, get to a MECO, so main engine cutoff, and the core stage separates from the upper stage and the Orion space cabin.
Buddy, they have real shots of
a
this.
good shot.
Why are you
from
showing
inside
renders?
The core stage. By that time at MECO, we're at a 15 by 1,200 nautical mile orbit. With just the upper stage in Orion, we will do a few maneuvers, including extending the nozzle on RL-10 engine, as well as you can see the solar arrays deploying at that point. That's about 20 minutes into the mission. We'll continue on past that, and as we're doing those activities, Christine and Jeremy will be getting out of they're setting up the toilet and the water dispenser. As well as the last shot you saw there was doing the upper stage perigee raise maneuver. That'll get us to a 100 by 1,200 nautical mile orbit, after which we'll be in a safe orbit. This chart shows you, we're now on the right side of that chart a little bit. After that perigee raise maneuver, Christine and Jeremy will be getting out of their orange survival suits, and then we'll be doing several activities up until the apogee raise maneuver. And so the apogee raise maneuver is also performed by the upper stage. That'll get us to a 0 by 38,000 nautical mile orbit. That'll set us up for our ProxOps demonstration. At that time, after ARB, Victor and Reed will be getting out of their orange survival suits, and Christine and Jeremy will be setting up the camera for the ProxOps demonstration, so they have a good view out the docking hatch. At that time, we will then separate the ICPS from the Orion spacecraft, and that's when I hand over to our lead flight director, Jeff Radigan, for him to do the proximity demonstration. So, Jeff?
All right. Thanks, Judd.
Proximity.
So let's see, at this point in the mission, the crew and the Orion spacecraft are in a high Earth orbit. They're in a 24-hour orbit. It'll take them, again, 24 hours to come back around and get ready for TLI. And so we're going to spend that 24 hours checking out the Orion spacecraft, ensuring that everything is ready to go before we actually take the crew to the moon. And the first thing we're going to do there is, as was mentioned, is this ProxOps demo, where we're going to take Orion and we're going to have Reed and Victor fly it and approach the ICPS. We're going to do that in a way that checks out the handling qualities of the Orion spacecraft. Let's see if we could cue the video, please. We've got a nice animation that'll show you exactly what we're going to do there. So we'll separate from the ICPS, and the Orion spacecraft will then flip around and go nose on to ICPS, which is where our camera is for docking. And the crew will use that camera to then do a series of maneuvers to ensure that all of our ground models, all of the preparations that we've done prior to flight actually match what is going on with the spacecraft. And so they'll do a series of turns, a series of approaches and departures in order to ensure that the manual control of the vehicle is what we were expecting it to be. Of course, on Artemis 1, we did test the automated control of the vehicle, and that was very successful. This is an opportunity for us to test the crewed control and a way for us to check that out in preparation for future Artemis missions. After the crew does their checkouts there, then they'll set for the departure burn, our USS-2, our separation burn from ICPS, and of course we'll send it on its way, having done its job, and then the Orion will continue on to do a perigee raise burn that will allow us to raise our perigee off the Earth and to set up for TLI. As we check out our ECLIS systems and ensure that everything is working there, the crew then has a good night's sleep that is interrupted by that perigee raise burn. It's actually right in the middle of the night. Unfortunately, physics cannot be defied. We have to put the burns where they're necessary for the trajectory. So the crew will get a short nap, they'll get up, they'll do the burn, and then they'll go back to sleep again in preparation for TLI on the next day. Orion will come back down from the high Earth orbit to approximately 100 nautical miles off the surface of the Earth and perform TLI, sending the crew on the way to the moon. That's going to be a very exciting day. I have to admit, I'm very much looking forward to the day where we send a crew back to the moon for the first time in a long time. On the way to the moon, the crew will complete a series of checkouts of the Orion spacecraft. We again want to ensure that all of our systems are working successfully, and then we have a number of test objectives, as was mentioned. It's a test flight, so we're gonna put the vehicle through its paces and check all the systems, ensuring that everything is ready to go. And then all of those checkouts will be interrupted by a lunar flyby, and it'll be very enjoyable for us to watch the crew and enjoyable for them to watch as they fly past the moon. It's going to look a little different than previous flybys, and here we've got the video going of what it's going to look like to the crew. They're going at least 5,000 nautical miles past the moon, which is much higher than previous missions have gone. And so the moon's going to look a little bit smaller. A comparison I can give you is if you held a basketball out from your hand, that's about the distance, the sight distance that the moon will appear to the crew in the window. So it's going to look a little bit smaller, since they're not going as low, but they are going further past the moon than anyone's gone before. And so I'm sure they'll be pretty excited about that. They'll complete their observations, and as you saw in the video, half the moon is lit, half of it is in darkness, and so the crew, as they go, they'll see that transition, and I think the video we have is representative of early in the year, and so they'll complete their observations and then become on their way back home. We do have a series of correction burns. Lakeisha mentioned we're on a free return trajectory, but we will be slightly correcting that as our nav dispersions cause us to do those correction burns on the way home. So we'll have a few of those. And as we approach the Earth, then I'll hand it over to Rick, who's our entry flight director.
Thanks, Jeff. And thanks to all who were able to join us this morning in person and online. So I am in charge of the entry team. So we will come on console about the time that the flight crew wakes up on landing day. We will have a short conference with Reed and Victor and Christina and Jeremy. We'll provide them updates on the weather at the landing site and any other updates on spacecraft performance from the overnight period. The crew's going to spend their morning tearing down the toilet. They're going to deconfigure the water dispenser. They're going to put away the food warmer. Basically all the things that they set up on flight day one, they're going to put away and stow for entry. Once the crew gets the cabin configured, we're going to perform that last final trajectory correction maneuver that Jeff talked about. This is going to put us on track for a bullseye landing in the Eastern Pacific off the coast of San Diego. Once that trajectory correction maneuver is complete, the flight crew are going to put their orange survival suits back on. They're going to do a leak check to ensure that they're leak tight for entry. And that process is going to take about 2 hours to do for all 4 crew to get suited. In the meantime, while the flight crew are donning their suits, the ground team is going to be doing some final spacecraft configurations like configuring the backup flight software to perform an entry in the event of a failure of the primary flight computers. Once we get to about an hour from entry interface, that's when the pace of activity is really going to pick up. The first major activity is we're going to hand down from the Deep Space Communications Network to the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System Network. This is the first time we'll be back on TDRS since just before the translunar injection burn. So the comm system will get reconfigured about 38 minutes prior to entry interface, at which point we'll perform a comm check, and then we will start configuring the service module for disposal. We're going to position the solar arrays in a position that's favorable for separation. We're going to perform a test firing of the crew module thrusters to ensure they're warmed up for entry. And then we're going to get into the proper attitude for service module separation. Separation will occur about 20 minutes before entry interface. And the next step will be then to maneuver the crew module into the entry interface attitude. This is to get the heat shield facing forward to take the brunt of the heat that's going to be generated on entry. Just before entry interface, we're going to perform a firing of those crew module thrusters. We're going to do a burn called the raise burn. This is going to sweeten up our entry flight path angle to ensure, again, that we get that bullseye landing off the coast of San Diego. So at 400,000 feet and about 1,775 nautical miles from our splashdown location, we'll hit entry interface. And that's when the heat of the atmosphere is going to start interacting with our heat shield, and we're going to create that plasma trail.
Real footage
you see
from Artemis 1.
This is a video from Artemis 1 looking out the crew module windows towards the plasma trail.
Oh, that's sick.
The spacecraft is going to perform some bank maneuvers. It's going to roll right and left, and you can see that here in the video to fine-tune the landing spot. Our entry guidance flight software will take care of that for us. And that's all going to put us on target for that targeted splashdown waiting for the recovery forces. Once we get to about 325 miles per hour and about 24,000 feet altitude, we're going to start deploying some of our parachutes. We'll have 2 drogue parachutes that deploy, and then they'll bring us down to about a speed of around 115 miles per hour, at which point our 3 orange main parachutes will deploy. And that's going to bring the flight crew down to the safe splashdown velocity of 15 miles per hour. And that will be in a location right near where the recovery forces are waiting to extract the flight crew from the spacecraft. Once the spacecraft is landed in the ocean, we'll perform a couple of other reconfigurations, and then we're going to power down the spacecraft so that I can hand over to Dan Flores, who is going to be a part of the recovery team to extract the flight crew.
All right, thanks, Rick. So again, Dan Flores, I am here representing the landing and recovery team. I'll walk you guys through the process of how we get to the capsule to recover both the crew and Orion back to the recovery ship. I'm going to say this is my favorite part of the mission because, like Lakeisha said, we have our friends flying around the moon. This is when we get to bring our friends back home to their families. Within 24 hours of splashdown, we're going to be positioned on the recovery ship in the Pacific Ocean, just off the coast of San Diego, which is our nominal landing site. The recovery ship is going to approach the landing zone, and a team of Navy divers on small boats, they're going to deploy from the well deck of that ship into the open water. Just prior to splashdown, our team here at Johnson Space Center, they're going to map out where all the various elements that Rick mentioned, the drogue parachutes, forward bay cover, all the mortars that jettison from Orion, they're going to analyze where they're going to land relative to the splashdown zone. We're going to map that out and deliver that to our small boats and helicopters to ensure that they're safely away from that zone. The Navy divers, they're going to be the first ones to approach Orion. And once they initiate their approach, they're going to conduct assessments of the air and the water surrounding the capsule to make sure it's safe to approach and help the crew exit the Orion. After ensuring the area is safe, they'll open Orion's hatch, and they're going to help the astronauts from their seats into a large inflatable called the front porch, which you can see on the screen there. Once all 4 astronauts are on the front porch, they'll carefully drift several yards away from Orion, and they're going to be awaiting pickup from the Navy helicopters that will be deployed from the recovery vessel. 2 helicopters, they're going to rotate, picking up all 4 crew members before they return to the recovery ship within a couple of minutes of each other. Once the crew has exited the helicopters, they'll transition over to the ship's medical bay, and they're going to undergo routine post-flight checkups, and we expect to recover the crew to the medical bay within 2 hours of splashdown. With the crew safely out of the capsule and attendant to their recovery, our team's going to start on the recovering of the Orion capsule back to the recovery ship. And we're going to use procedures similar to the ones that we used for Artemis 1. The Navy divers are going to secure a system of lines to the capsule using connection points and a pony collar that you can see around the capsule in that image. And that's going to help tow Orion inside the ship. When Orion's close to the ship, we're going to attach an additional series of lines to help stabilize the capsule as it transitions into the well decks. Sailors, our Navy sailors are going to help manage the lines and handle the lines. They're going to pull on the lines with the assistance of NASA technicians that are going to operating key ground support equipment to help stabilize the capsule as it comes in. Once Orion is safely inside, we're going to start making our return back to Naval Base San Diego. And depending on our distance to shore, the Artemis II crew will either fly back to San Diego on helicopters, or they'll just stay on the ship and ride back on the ship back to San Diego. Once we arrive back on shore, the astronauts are going to depart back to Houston, while the NASA recovery team is going to complete our post-splashdown processing activities of Orion before it's transported back to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Some of these post-operations include initial assessments of the capsule and removal of any scientific payloads that need to return back to their NASA center of origin. Before I wrap up my opening remarks, I just want to take a moment and really thank our partners from the military who support our Artemis recovery efforts and have supported NASA since early days of human spaceflight. Our joint NASA, Navy, and Air Force team, they've been training for several years together to ensure a seamless recovery of Orion and the Artemis II crew. We had a successful recovery of the uncrewed Orion during Artemis 1, and we feel very confident that through our testing and our training alongside the Navy and other collaborators, we will make Artemis 2 just as successful. So thank you, and happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you all. We'll go ahead and take some questions, both here in the room and on the phone. For those joining by phone, just a reminder, you can press *1 to raise your hand and *2 to put it down. And as you ask your questions, please limit yourselves to 1 to start, and we'll go ahead and get started over here.
Thank you very much, Tarek Malik with Space.com. I think for Lakeisha or for Charlie, just about that opening of the window for Artemis 2 as early February, I'm very curious, like what is that earliest date that you could be looking at in February, and what is the number of days per month that you're looking at to kind of have that time period in which to fly? Thanks.
Okay. Charlie, why don't I start, and then you can help me fill in the gaps, right? So right now, that window could open as early as the 5th of February, depending on how we progress. Of course, there will be more work in order to be able to nail that down. In terms of launch periods, generally those windows go anywhere, our periods range anywhere from 4 to about 8 days in each month. And so as we get closer, we'll be able to more clearly communicate what those periods could be. Anything you want to add, Charlie?
No, I think you covered it.
Okay, thank you.
So I think this is for Jeff. Approximately how much time around sort of closest approach to the moon is that period that the crew is going to be doing that? I mean, about how much time is that? Thanks.
So, yeah, and it's really,
I
would
recognize
say,
that voice.
we think of it as a full day of science as the crew approaches, right? And they spend, I'll say, about 2 hours in that real close approach timeline, where you really, you can't really tell the difference in the moon's not changing size out the window is maybe the way I'd phrase it, because obviously you're still either approaching or leaving the moon, and your closest approach is only at a single point in time. But it's a couple hours where you can't really tell the difference. On the other hand, we're spending most of that day doing science as we approach the moon, and then as we leave it as well. And so really we're dedicating a full day of this mission to observing the moon and doing the lunar science that we can on Artemis 2.
Hey, Bill Harwood, CBS. I think this is for Jeff. Can you go over with us what sort of, I know you're on a free return trajectory, obviously, but if you have a major problem with the TLI burn, like either the command module engine doesn't fire, it underspeeds, what sort of abort options are there once you get to that point in the mission, and how do you get back if you don't get a full duration burn, that sort of thing? Thanks.
Good question.
So I'm going to split your question into a couple answers, because I'm going to avoid using the word abort on what we call a TLI recovery. And so I do want to differentiate there, because we're going to do the TLI on the ohms that Orion has, and so we'll start with that engine. And were we to have an issue and do a partial burn in that case, we have the option of using the plus X thrusters that we have on Orion in order to recover that TLI burn and still go to the moon. And really, that's our first and primary goal, is to get back on our free return trajectory, get to the moon, and do the full completed mission. And so we have the ability to recover in a partial TLI burn case. We also have the ability to do an abort burn. And there's varieties of aborts, but we can use those same plus X thrusters to bring the crew home. Now, it's going to take a few days. It's not like low Earth orbit where you come home immediately. It's going to take a little while to come home. But we have the opportunity to continue to take the crew past the moon, or if we don't think that's prudent, we can take a more circuitous pathway and bring them home. But we would still use that second set of thrusters to do it.
Yep. Cool.
Eric Berger, Ars Technica.
Oh boy.
Question about the first day you spent in orbit around the moon where you're checking out Orion. If there's a problem with some spacecraft system, thermal or whatever, that you might be able to fix or address, is there a loiter period? Could you make a second orbit and then go to the moon, or how long do you have to kind of check the spacecraft out before you have to make
It's an
a decision
eccentric
to come
orbit.
back to
You
Earth
have a lot
or
of time.
go out to the moon?
Let's see, I'll take that one as well. And so for many of our launch days, it's really a propellant question. How much propellant we have in order to ensure that we can get Orion to the moon. If we are unable to do that on the first opportunity of TLI, and we stay another rev in the high Earth orbit, obviously the moon's changing position.
Yep.
And so we have a new set of targets that we need to ensure that we've got enough propellant in order to fly past. And so most days we have that opportunity to do a second rev in the high Earth orbit and try and fix whatever issue caused us to miss that first TLI opportunity. And of course, that's our preference, right? We want to solve whatever problem we run into, and then we want to take the crew to the moon. And so we have the opportunity to do that, again, assuming that the propellant is there, and in most cases it is. It is launch day dependent, but that is something we're preparing to do, and something that in the eventuality that we're unable to do TLI on the first rev, we'll do it on the second rev.
Okay, we'll take one more here, and then we'll go to take a few from the phone. Go ahead, Micah.
Thank you. Micah Maidenberg, Wall Street Journal. For Administrator Hawkins, sorry. Did this, okay. Try this again. Just given the time that has elapsed since Artemis 1 competition that NASA is facing with China at the moon and new NASA leadership's drive to move faster, I wonder if you could talk about what kind of pressure or urgency you and your teams are facing to make Artemis 2 happen and avoid further delays, outside of the window that we've been talking about this morning. Thanks.
What?
All right, well, that's a really good question.
No, it's not.
To be clear, right?
No, it's not.
The message
Keisha has more patience
been
than I
clear
do.
to us
Jesus.
that this administration has us to acknowledge that we
No, it's
are
not.
indeed in what people have commonly called a second space race. There is a desire for us to return to the surface of the moon and to be the first to return to the surface of the moon. With that being said, NASA's objective, though, is to do so safely, right? And so we are certain, and we have done assessments, and we have worked together as a team to ensure that the progress that we are making is moving in an accelerated fashion, but that we are doing everything that we can to also ensure that this mission is successful and that we return the crew back home safely, right? And so I don't want us to lose sight of one for the other. It's a great question.
Well, it wasn't, but you
Okay,
handled it
we
with
have
class.
a few on the
I
phone.
like Lakeisha. She's all right.
We'll take a couple of those, and then
She's
we'll come
cool.
back into the room. First up, we have Marcia Dunn with the Associated Press.
Oh, hi. Good morning. I know you're going 5,000 miles beyond the moon, but what's the closest point to the moon that you're going to come? How far away will you be at the closest approach? And also, I'm thinking you are all now students of Apollo, which is considered still NASA's pinnacle half a century later. Do you think Artemis can set a similarly high bar, or are these comparisons unfair? And what, if any, takeaway lessons from Apollo are you actually applying for Artemis 2 and beyond?
That was
Thanks
three
so much.
questions, Marcia. But whatever.
So I think that was multiple questions. Why don't we talk about the distance?
I'll take the first one. I think it's the easiest. So the actual distance from the moon is actually launch date
she's
specific
awesome.
because
I like
we're
her.
flying past the moon. Once we have a specific launch date, we'll be happy to give you the number for each of the launch dates. But it is somewhere
Nice.
between 5,000 and 9,000 nautical miles past the moon.
Trajectory
That was the
shifts.
easy one.
That was the easy one. Okay. I think the second part of your question, I think there were multiple parts, but I'm going to hit what I can remember, and we'll do the best we can here. I think you were hearkening back to Apollo, and part of your question was,
nobody.
is this the same, or are we doing something different from Apollo? And so similar to Apollo, yes, we are returning to the moon, and yes, we are moving in an accelerated fashion to get to the surface of the moon. But for different from Apollo, though, we are going back to the moon to establish a sustained presence on the moon. We want to demonstrate long-term capability on the surface of the moon. We are going to continue to add capabilities on the surface of the moon. We are going with commercial and international like-minded partners, and we are demonstrating those capabilities so that we can go on to the next destination. We've got our eyes set further, deeper into space, onto Mars, and being able to show that we can establish a presence on Mars and further destinations. And so we honor the Apollo missions and what was done, and even the flag that was left behind. And we are planning to go to the moon again for a sustained presence.
Okay, we'll take another from the phone bridge. This one from Jackie Waddles with CNN.
Hi, folks. Thanks so much for doing this. Quick question about a wet dress rehearsal. Can you guys give any indication on where you are on the timeline for a wet dress? And how far in advance of launch does that wet dress need to be completed before you start facing schedule pressures?
So you want me to take that one?
I think you should take that one, Charlie.
All right.
So you mean schedule pressure? The moon has to be in the right place. Schedule pressure. There's no schedule pressure here. The moon has to be there. If it's not there and you go to send someone there, it's going to be over there. This is not hard.
So our wet dress rehearsal is planned as part of our pad flow. There's a limited amount of activities that we purposefully take to the pad. All of our testing is done, the majority of it is actually done in the VAB. If it can be accomplished in the vehicle assembly building, we want to do that before rollout. So when we roll to the pad, it is to do wet dress or launch or both. And in this case, it is to accomplish both in the single pad flow.
Yep.
So our pad flow is a little over 2 weeks long. It sits at about 18 days of work. We do carry a few contingency days with us as part of our plan. And our wet dress happens toward the end of that flow. So the plan for wet dress is very similar to what we did for Artemis 1. Of course, this time a little bit different because we have Orion that is up on top. And while it is not cryogenically fueled in any way, that is the rocket down below. We do go through all of the Orion activities and terminal count with the configuration, the commands, the responses, and the LCCs. And so that is really our best risk reduction test that we do as part of our Artemis II campaign. And today that test will be finished up a few days ahead of launch. And so it's about 2 to 3 days before we would start into our 2-day launch campaign.
So one more thing I'm going to add. Okay, so that was about schedule pressure. You don't have schedule pressure. The moon has to be in the right place. You know, with that being said, if the wet dress rehearsal doesn't go how they want, right, and they don't get all the data that they want to verify that the vehicle's safe to put 4 souls on board, they'll do another one. And if they do another one, that's not a big deal. This is why you have a nominal window for your launch. You have net February and LT April. No earlier than February, no later than April. There's a nominal window in there that has a couple of moon transfer windows, and it's what Jeff was talking about a little bit earlier. The trajectory might change depending on the phasing of the moon. The moon is 6 degrees inclined relative to Earth's equator. It's going like this. It's not perfectly straight. And then Kennedy Space Center is 27 degrees north latitude. So KSC is up here and the moon is down here, and they're both kind of spinning around, right? And they have to be in the right phase. That's what it's called in orbital mechanics. You have to be in the right phase. If the moon isn't in the right spot to be able to get there from Kennedy Space Center, so if you launched due east out of KSC, because you're 27 degrees north, your orbit relative to the equator is going to be tilted 27 degrees relative to the equator. Now, that's not lined up with the tilt of the moon, right? It has to be lined up with the tilt. You have to get the tilts correct, all right? Now, they can do an ascent trajectory that involves a dog leg. So SLS will basically wiggle. It'll kind of turn left and then turn right to get into the right orbit. That's possible. But they also have many times to change your inclination during the perigee raise. And then the perigee raising burn and the apogee raising burn. There's plenty of times to change it. I would do it during the apogee burn, if anything, to get the tilts kind of aligned. Because if you don't get the tilt aligned, it doesn't matter how much power your rocket has. You're not getting there. Try to change the quote-unquote tilt of your orbit or inclination of your orbit is a very, very highly involved delta V maneuver. It's called an out of orbit or an on orbit plane change. All right. Those on orbit plane changes cost insane amounts of delta V. So it's important to try and match the tilt at the most opportune times. And in order to do that, that's what I mean about the moon being in the right place. It has to be in the right spot, or else you're not going to have enough fuel to complete the mission. If you try to spend all your fuel trying to go against the force of gravity. Basically, spacecraft are designed to go with the forces of gravity. And in that regard, the moon has to be in the right spot. But there are transfer windows that happen basically. So how it was with Artemis 1, we don't have the exact trajectory windows here, but how it was with Artemis 1 is every week, some weeks KSC and the moon just aren't lined up. Other weeks, they're perfectly lined up. But even if they have a wet dress and it doesn't do what they want, they can opt to wait another week, wait another 2 weeks, and then send it again the next day. Or the week after that. So like I said, the moon has it basically, the trajectory kind of resets every month because of, you have a full moon or a half moon or a crescent moon, right? Like you get different phases for the moon, and it kind of, once the moon goes around, which is basically once a month, it's not exact, right? You'll have those phases reset. So like there could be variations in trajectory because you waited for the 2nd week window instead of the 3rd week window. That's what Jeff was talking about. It's cool. It's good stuff, guys. This is really neat. I like that this has a lot of technical stuff in it. This is good. This is what I want. I don't want people doing crappy impressions of John F. Kennedy. This is the good stuff. We like this stuff.
Okay, we'll take 2 more here in the room. Okay, next.
Okay. Thank you very much. Ivan Semenek with the Globe and Mail in Canada. I have to ask, I mean, people have talked about the similarity with Apollo 8. One way this mission is different is you have an international partner on board in the form of Jeremy Hansen. I'm curious how that plays out in kind of the color and character of the mission so far and in the planning, how the international side of it, is exhibited. And if there's time for a technical question, what happens on the return if there are choppy seas or bad weather? I'm just curious about what contingencies are.
Now,
Maybe
that's a
Daniel
good
can answer
question.
That one.
His first question is kind
about,
of
how you plan for
doo-doo.
that. Thanks.
The second one was a good question. They can adjust the
Yes,
phase.
I'll take the first part of your question and then hand it over to Dan. Jeremy is just a pleasure to work with, right? He's a fantastic astronaut. Every once in a while, you get the little bit of the Canadian accent, and we get to joke about that a little bit.
Oh, yeah,
working with an international partner, of course, we have a number of things where they bring a little bit different perspective, which I think is helpful. There's a lot of times where he'll ask, "Hey, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this?" And I have to provide him an answer. And of course, every once in a while, I start thinking to myself, well, why are we doing this? Why can't we do it a little bit differently? Why can't we do it a little bit better? And having that outside perspective is very, very helpful. And we appreciate his inquisitive nature. He's one of the most curious people I've ever met in my time here. Always wants to know exactly what's going on, and demands a level of rigor. Not that we aren't rigorous here anyway, but he just adds that little bit on the top that I think is truly helpful for our flight here. And the way he gets along with the rest of the crew is, I think, demonstrative of that. Is the one he's generally the one pushing to, hey, why can't we do this? Why can't we make this a little bit better? And those are all great questions and things that we truly enjoy about working with them.
Yeah, with respect to the choppy seas for landing, right? Well ahead of landing, our mission management team and our flight control team, they're going to be, and the recovery team, they're going to be looking at the weather forecast for the landing zone well ahead of time. If we have unfavorable conditions, right, that violate the limits of the vehicle or for recovery operations, the decision is going to be made to either move the landing location based on the entry trajectory. So we have various weather alternate options, and Rick could go into details and all of those. But if for some reason after we land the weather is unfavorable, right, the Navy really just needs the small boats with the divers to get to the crew. We also have multiple contingencies that we work with the Air Force to ensure that we get personnel on time to the crew to rescue them.
Yep.
Okay, we'll go back here in the room.
Hello, everyone. Michael Burton, University of Nebraska-Lincoln. Lakeisha, you talked a little bit about this, and I wondered if a few of you could comment. This is such an exciting time. It's so similar to perhaps when early colonists came to America. We're talking about sending people to Mars. This is one step in that direction. So can you talk a little bit about what it means to you personally in being part of this great time in spaceflight history?
I feel like we have a front seat to a history-making experience. It's funny to me that you talk about colonists, explorers, et cetera, right? Because growing up, that was always so interesting to me. I mean, one of my favorite book series was the Laura Ingalls Wilder series, the Little House series, right? Where they were explorers themselves, right? And they were trying to figure out how to live off of the land. And very similarly, we are working with a team of pioneers. And ultimately, when we get to the surface of the moon, there will be very similar exploration going on. And the crew there on the surface of the moon will be trying to figure out how to live off the land, how to live off and utilize the regolith to build structure and to pull water from water ice and to be able to distill that down to fuel that's needed, and et cetera. We are very much on the cusp, on the verge of exploration in a very similar way, and this is a very exciting time to be a part of it.
Yeah, man.
That's Paul Hunter. In Broadcasting Corporation, just a follow-up of a kind on the Jeremy question. He's the first non-American to get out there. And I wonder what, setting aside the curiosity that Jeremy brings, what was the thinking that went into that decision to broaden these types of missions beyond strictly Americans, and what do you think it means for the space program going forward to take it to include other countries and astronauts from other countries?
Well, the team is looking at me, so I think that this must be my question, right? Oh, goodness. So I think I mentioned before, right, that we are going with like-minded countries, with friends. And I believe that this is a demonstration, part of the demonstration of America's leadership. Very different from the Apollo missions before. We realize that there is benefit from a strategic standpoint, from a resources standpoint, to be able to partner with others. And other countries, as evidenced by the many, many countries that have signed on to the Artemis Accords, many countries still see NASA and America's leadership as very important for the future of space exploration. And partnering with Canada, partnering with Jeremy, going with our NASA team is a first step in demonstrating that.
Okay, we'll go here.
Yes, Will Robinson Smith with Spaceflight Now. Thank you so much for taking the time to do this with us. Question for Charlie Blackwell Thompson. Regarding activities at the pad, you mentioned that the crew will be doing a walk down with the emergency egress system. Will they be riding the baskets down to the terminus point, or just kind of checking them out at the top of the mobile launcher? And then just during the wet dress rehearsal, if there's another hydrogen leak, would that be a potential showstopper that could result in the rocket going back to the VAB, or is the plan to, power through that based off the learnings from Artemis 1? Thanks.
So the test at the pad with the crew is a walk down of the system configured. It does include a basket release, but at this time, as part of the baseline, it is not does not include the crew riding the basket. It is really close to the launch, and so we certainly would not do not plan to have the Artemis 2 crew ride the basket.
That's fair.
In regard to wet dress rehearsal, and what we would do in the event that we had an issue, we learned an awful lot during Artemis 1, and we learned the relationship between the flow rates, the pressures, and how those manifest or could manifest into leaks. We have made some modifications to the ground side of the plate, the LH2 plate, that we think we'll see some improvement there. And then also, if you recall, during Artemis 1, we had a leak with the replenish valve that is on the mobile launcher, and that was during launch countdown attempt number 3. So what I would say is that during Artemis 1, we learned a whole lot about how to manage our way through the loading operations. That was very successful on the third launch attempt. It was a really quiet tanking until we picked up that leak on the replenish valve. Since that time, we've actually modified that valve. You recall we sent a red crew out to the pad. They torqued it. We didn't have any additional issues, but we've actually made a change to that valve to kind of keep some additional compression on it. So we don't expect to have that problem again. We fully tested it in a cryo environment in a cycle set that was very reflective of what we would do for launch. So we believe that that issue has been put to bed. We intend to load the vehicle very similarly to how we did it for launch countdown attempt number 3. And so we believe that we'll have success there as well. And then I mentioned on the backside of the ground plate, we did make some additional mods. The interface between the flight and ground plates are exactly the same. So that's the reason that we believe the loading procedures that we utilize for our tanking test, which was successful, as well as launch countdown attempt number 3, which was successful, we believe that those will serve us well. In the event that we had something that needed to be repaired, it would really depend on what that repair was. You may recall that we ended up changing a seal out at the pad, and we were able to remain at the pad and get that work done. So really would depend on what the problem was.
Eric Berger, Ars Technica. A couple more from me. If you do launch on the 5th, is that a night launch, I think? Do you have a time or a window for that day? And then if there's a government shutdown at the end of the month, does the launch slip day for day, essentially?
Charlie, why don't you take the first part, and then I'll follow up with you.
Yep, I certainly can take the first part. So most of our launch attempts in that February window are in the evening.
Yes. And to the second part of your question, in the past we have typically been able to prepare for and work with leadership to be able to request and gain exceptions to be able to continue very safety critical activities in the event of a shutdown. And we anticipate in this particular case that this is obviously very safety critical, and we anticipate being able to request and being able to continue to move forward on Artemis 2 in the event of a shutdown.
Okay, Micah, go ahead, and then we'll go back to the phone bridge.
Hi, Micah Maidenberg, Wall Street Journal. For Director Blackwell Thompson, I'm curious, did the anomaly with the SRB during that test over the summer prompt any new checks or analysis regarding the boosters that are going to be used for, or the SRBs that are going to be used for Artemis 2, particularly with regards to crew safety? Thanks.
So I'll take a shot at this, and then I'll look to Lakeisha for a little bit of help here. But that was on the new design of the boosters, which the issue that they had. And I do not believe that there's an applicability for the current booster design, which is based on our shuttle heritage.
Yeah, so that's correct, Charlie. That actually was a different configuration of booster. And so while that was an excellent demonstration of the evolution of potential future booster designs, it has been made clear, and we have confirmed that there is a difference between the two booster configurations and not applicable to or impactful to Artemis 2.
Okay, we'll go back to the phone, and we have Jeff Faust with Space News.
Good morning. Question for Jeff Radigan. When you're doing that ProxOps demonstration in the vicinity of ICPS, how close are you able to get to the upper stage, or can get to the upper stage before safety becomes an issue? And how long would you have to actually perform those tests before you have to move on to the next phase of the mission? Thanks.
So appreciate the question. At that time, let's start with the fact that ICPS is going to be passivated, and so its main propulsion system will have all of the propellant vented from it, and it'll be relying just on its reaction control system. And so that actually allows it to be at a low energy state, and therefore allows us to bring Orion as close as 10 meters and fly in formation with the ICPS, and be confident that if we were to have an issue with ICPS, the crew would have plenty of time to react and then do a breakout burn to take Orion away from ICPS. And when I say plenty of time, I mean on the order of roughly 10 minutes to observe that something was wrong. It gives us a chance to talk about it with the crew and then perform a breakout burn. So due to the fact that we've configured the vehicle ahead of time to be able to approach Orion, we can bring what is fairly close in spaceflight, 10 meters, and still be confident that there's not going to be a safety issue if we have an issue on ICPS. As far as how long the demonstration is going to take, it's roughly about an hour and a half. I think of it as really two 45-minute sessions. We've got a first session where the crew is actually piloting off the nose of ICPS, and then ICPS will do a turn about halfway through, and then we'll perform our flight test on the side of ICPS before doing our breakaway burn. So about 90 minutes.
Okay, next we have Lauren Grush with Bloomberg.
Hey everyone, thanks so much. I wanted to follow up on the ProxOps demo as well. I'm just curious how you use that demo to inform Orion's future docking for Artemis 3. Is there additional testing beyond this demonstration to ensure a smooth docking? And will this ensure that Orion can dock with any type of lander? Just would love more details there. Thanks so much.
So I'll take a shot at that one. What we're really learning on Artemis 2 is how closely our ground simulations and our ground models match the spacecraft as it flies in space. Yep. This is why we need a fixed target in space to actually pilot Orion around, such that the inputs that we've modeled on the ground and that we have full confidence in has gone through a full verification program. And of course, this is not our first time docking vehicles in space. We actually do that pretty regularly. But we want to test this specific vehicle in Orion in order to ensure that everything matches. And so as far as confidence going forward, I actually have great confidence in the vehicle today, even before doing the ProcSops demo, that we would be able to dock with future vehicles. It's something that it's an operation that we're quite confident in doing and have done with many other vehicles before and gotten the verification right on the first try. But it also makes a lot of sense, since we have this opportunity to go test it, we absolutely should go test it in flight. And so that's really what we're doing with the ProcSops demo, is testing our verification in space. And so I'm looking forward to seeing how it correlates. I expect it'll correlate quite closely, but of course that's why we do the test, is so we can learn something that we couldn't learn on the ground.
Next up on the phone is Marcia Smith with Space Policy Online.
Thanks so much. I had two questions. One is on the ICPS and the service module. Will they be commanded to re-enter? You mentioned that you're going to be passivating the ICPS. Will the reaction control thrusters be enough to deorbit it? And will the service module automatically re-enter? What happens to those? But more broadly, I had a question. Lakeisha, you were talking about the importance of this historically, and I'm wondering what the plan is for NASA, and maybe Rachel could add something to this. What is the plan for public engagement during those 10 days? How are you going to bring the public along? What are you going to have the astronauts doing inside the spacecraft and beaming back to Earth? What kind of cameras have you got on the exterior of Orion? That kind of thing. How do you bring the public along?
So I'll take a shot at the first one. So the ICPS itself, recall the ARB, apogee raise burn, puts us in a 0 by 38,000 nautical mile orbit. I mean, that 0 means if we did nothing else, it's going to impact the Earth. And so after the ProcSops demo, Jeff and his team will perform the perigee raise maneuver for the Orion spacecraft, but the ICPS will continue down to that 0 perigee, and still has reaction control jets to basically target the correct part in the ocean for disposal. As far as the service module, that's really on Rick's shift, but I can answer that one too. After they separate from the CM from the SM disposes in the Pacific, behind the CM. So. And then the public, I think that's probably yours,
okay.
Lakeisha.
Yeah, so I'll talk a little bit. You referred to the historic nature of this mission. It is fully our intention to turn us into somewhat of the Artemis generation, just as the Apollo generation had the mission and the astronauts and the work that was going on the names of every American and people around the world. And so to that end, there is an expectation, and I'll get my friends to talk a little bit about the comm capabilities in order to be able to understand directly what's going on with the crew and the mission. But there's an expectation that daily we will be able to have press briefings, we will be able to talk about the progress of the crew, how they're progressing, how they're doing, so that we can bring the public along with us and that we can all have some ownership in this mission. Jeff and Jed, if you could talk a little bit specifically about the comm capabilities so that we can know what's going on every day.
So as we fly further from Earth, of course, Judd mentioned we'll be on the various different communication systems. When we're on the TDRS system, the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System, we have a much higher bandwidth, and so I expect the high definition videos that you guys are expecting from us that you see all the time on Space Station. And we'll be able to have that capability. As we go further from Earth and we have to go onto the Deep Space Network, we have a much lower bandwidth. And so we are prioritizing getting video of the crew, getting video of the cameras. If you saw from Artemis 1, we of course had a video set up as we got close to the moon and had that downlinking. But it is a much lower data rate. And so our ability to transfer high-def video is significantly reduced or not even possible on certain days of the mission. And so we're going to keep the video on as much as we can, but I do want to calibrate your expectations. It's a lower bandwidth. It's going to look a little grainy. and that is just due to the distance and due to the communication assets that we have available. It turns out the moon's a pretty long way from Earth when we start talking communication signals and bandwidth, and so we just need to set our expectations there. The good news is we're recording a significant amount of video during the mission, and afterwards, of course, that'll be released.
That'll be amazing.
And I'll just add, we do plan 24/7 coverage of the mission, starting with tanking all the way through crew recovery. We've been working very closely with Jeff's team, Charlie's team, and the team that Dan supports to make sure we can show you the crew and keep you apprised of their activities. And we're working hard to develop engagement opportunities to bring the public along with us. We recently launched an effort where anyone around the world can submit their name to fly on a little microchip that will be inside Orion. We've invited the public previously to submit ideas for the little plush animal or doll that will ride with the crew and indicate when they're in space, and we'll have more to come. Okay, next from the phone, we will have Anthony Leone.
Hello, thank you for taking our questions today. With the Artemis 1 mission, when Orion came back, there were issues with the heat shield, and it actually postponed the Artemis 2 launch. So how was the heat shield with this mission? What you learned from Artemis 1, how did you incorporate that into Artemis 2? And how confident are you that the heat shield will be okay for Artemis 2? And my second question, how does it feel to be part of history? You are sending humans back to the moon, as someone else said, we are the Artemis generation. How does it feel to be part of this historic event?
What are they going to say? It feels bad?
Rick, why don't you start with that question?
What kind of question is that?
Thanks for the question.
Oh, no, it feels awful.
For those who are less familiar, on Artemis 1, we performed a skip entry trajectory, which means that we had an initial dip into the atmosphere to bleed off some of our energy, and then we lofted our trajectory a little bit, and then entered a second time to burn off the remainder of our energy. As part of some of the routine post-flight inspections, it was noted that some of the char from the heat shield had mechanically liberated on entry, and we took this problem very seriously. There were teams across the country, both involving NASA, other governmental agencies, and private industry, to really work to determine the cause of this problem, because this is ultimately had the chance of becoming a crew safety problem. And what those teams found, both the primary team as well as an independent review team that was set up, was that the gas generation, as the ablative heat shield decomposed during entry, that gas generation, the expectation is those gases dissipate through a porous heat shield.
No, they permeate
and as
instead.
the gases are generated and the heat shield material turns to char, it becomes more porous. And the ideal solution is, as that porosity increases, the gases that are generated get dissipated and move away from the spacecraft. What we saw on Artemis 1 was the trajectory that we flew, this skip entry, created a environment where the gases that were generated as the heat shield decomposed, the generation rate exceeded the rate of the gas dissipation. And when the generation rate exceeds the rate of dissipation, we get a pressure buildup. And that pressure buildup inside the heat shield is what ultimately resulted in that mechanical separation or liberation that we saw on entry on Artemis 1. So what did we do about it? Well, we understood that, and this was understood and replicated in multiple tests. We had test facilities across the country engaged in solving this problem. And if you look back, there's a great quote from Wernher von Braun about a test being worth 1,000 expert opinions. Well, we had a number of tests, and they all helped back up this understanding of what was going on in the char. And so the Artemis 2 trajectory that we're going to fly is going to be one that is not going to replicate that temperature environment, which was conducive to that increased gas generation rate. And so the confidence that we have on Artemis 2 is built upon numerous tests throughout the course of multiple years, and it helped inform how we were going to fly this mission. And I have the utmost confidence in the engineering expertise that went into the testing and the flight rationale that we are going to be able to bring the Artemis 2 flight crew home safely at the end of the mission.
Rick, I want to emphasize, I appreciate that summary. I want to emphasize as well, right, is we brought in expertise from all over in order to be able to come to those conclusions. Not only did we bring in the NASA expertise, but we also brought along expertise from industry as well as DoD and DOE. You mentioned there was an independent review team that came in, a group of experts that came in and assessed and affirmed that they too agreed with the conclusions that were drawn, the testing that was done. They had an opportunity to walk that down and fully understand that as well, and agree. And this conversation was taken all the way through agency leadership. And so the leadership at the time, as well as the current leadership, understands and fully affirms that the way that we are going, as well as the trajectory that we have chosen to be able to mitigate Artemis 2, we are all on board with. And so from a risk perspective, we feel very confident that we are going to be able to bring our crew back safely for Artemis 2.
And then the second question was related to place in history. I know at least amongst the flight directors here, none of us were born during Apollo. And so this is our opportunity to inspire a generation of kids to get involved in future space exploration. And maybe one of those kids who was inspired by what we do on Artemis 2 becomes that person who sets the first footprints on the surface of Mars. And so it's an honor to be a part of the flight director team, leading the flight control team to execute this mission.
Okay, we'll take another from the phone from Christopher Mick of Hudson Star Observer.
Good morning, thank you. I wanted to ask specifically about the CubeSats that are going to be on the ride-along. If there's any more information that can be provided on like the deployment sequence, and if any of the science they'll be generating will be applicable to future Artemis data sets.
So why don't I start, and maybe you guys can jump in and provide a little bit of context for whatever I missed. So we are going to be bringing a few payloads along with us, as you call them, CubeSats. And this is another opportunity for us to partner, specifically with other countries. So far, what we've got confirmed is 3 CubeSats that are fully integrated. One is from Germany, and we call that TACLES, and that is an assessment of radiation effects on electronics. The second one is with Saudi Arabia, and that is a series of instruments that is going to be checking out space weather. And then the third is from South Korea, and that one is called KRAD, and that one is going to be checking out the biological effects of radiation. And once deployed, those instruments will be able to go off and independently assess all of their test and science objectives. Anything you guys want to add to that?
Let's see, Lakeisha, I'll just mention that as far as deployment, that occurs after the ProxOps demo and after Orion has done a separation burn from ICPS. One of the last things ICPS does is activate the launcher and put the CubeSats out prior to it finalizing its disposal trajectory.
Okay, we'll take a few more here in the room, and then we'll wrap up.
Hi, Philip Sloss again. I think this is for Judd. Could you talk a little bit about the launch abort modes and maybe some of the calls that we might hear from the Capcom and the crew during the launch? Thanks.
Yeah, sure. So we have continuous launch abort capability throughout the window. We also have a single engine capability. So those are two a little bit closely rated but different concepts. So right off the pad, we have a single engine capability that takes us all the way to the Pacific Ocean if we get a single RS-25 engine failed off the pad. That mode that we would abort in if we had an additional failure, so something that was emergent during that time, is the last abort mode 1. So that we have that abort mode all the way up until the last jettison, which is about a little over 3 minutes. The single engine out capability also, let's see, at about 23 seconds or so, we gain a higher energy alternate mission. So if we had a single engine out after that 23 seconds, we could make a mission to low Earth orbit. We would lose the lunar mission, but we'd still make a mission and be able to check out all of the life support systems in a low Earth orbit. Our next major milestone would be another 3-engine press call, so that's about 5 minutes, 5:15-ish or so, whereby if we lost RS-25 engine after that time, we could make full nominal mission. During the time between last jettison and we'll call it about 7 minutes and 30 seconds, we have what's called a Mode 2 or untargeted abort splashdown capability, whereas we would land in the Atlantic Ocean. At about that 7.5-minute mark, we pick up what's called AOA capability, abort once around capability, whereby if we had an abort during the 7.5 minutes to the nominal MECO at around 8-ish minutes, then we could make the Pacific Ocean stretch capability off the coast of Baja.
Bill.
Again, for Rick,
That's a great question.
The environmental change for
Bill's
entry.
the goat, man.
But how is that done? I mean, I've heard it's still described as a skip entry, just not the same sort of skip entry. But I've also heard people say it's not a skip entry technically anymore. So can you straighten up exactly how the thing comes in to make you comfortable with the heat shield?
Sure. Thanks for the question. We characterize it as a lofted entry for Artemis 2. So what was done to redesign the trajectory for Artemis 2, we moved our target line closer to San Diego. So in my opening remarks, I had talked about how entry interface is going to start at 400,000 feet altitude and 1,775 nautical miles away from our landing site. By redesigning that target line, we shortened our entry range, which changes the temperature profile that the heat shield acreage material is going to see. And so by changing that temperature profile, that's what gives us that confidence that that the heat shield is we're not gonna see those mechanical liberations on Artemis 2 like we saw on Artemis 1. Yeah, we don't go as high on that skip. It'll just be a little bit of a loft.
That's Apollo.
Okay. It's Paul Hunter again from CBC News. At the end of the day, what is the ultimate singular measure of success for Artemis 2?
Getting the crew home.
You want me to start?
I'll take that one.
I think you should.
You know, when we look at what a successful Artemis 2 mission is, taking our crew back to the moon and bringing them home safely and paving the way for the next Artemis mission is really what we define to be a fully successful mission. And are there other things that we're going to do during Artemis 2? Absolutely. We're going to go test the life support system in a high Earth orbit. We're going to test the handling qualities of Orion. We're going to go perform a test flight. A test flight doesn't have one singular objective. It's got many of them. But in order for, at least me personally, to call this mission fully successful, we need to go fly by the moon and bring the crew home safely and welcome them back with open arms.
Okay, I think that's a great way to end. We're going to go ahead and wrap up today. Thank you for joining us. You can tune in shortly at 11 a.m. Central Time this morning to hear more about the science and
three dudes in the
technology
center.
Aboard Artemis 2, and you can follow our progress at nasa.gov.
Yeah, those three dudes in the center. Judd, Jeff, and Rick. Those guys are cool.
Discovery.
Flight ops is
Throttle up.
freaking sick, man. Those are the Gene Kranz's, Chris Crafts style dudes. Like, they know their stuff, man. It's a freaking pleasure listening to them. AP, 69-month resub. Nice. Feeling pretty good about this, dudes. This is I'll admit, so what Rick was talking about with, trading temperatures, they're opting for a steeper descent trajectory with Orion. And that's all fine and dandy, but a steeper ascent trajectory is actually going to increase your peak heating, but it will lower your period of heating. So if you're flying on a steeper trajectory, the heat shield will get hotter, but the period of time where it gets hot is going to be shorter. You're trading. On the skip trajectory, right? You're overall decreasing your peak heating. Your peak heating is going to be lower, but your period of heating is going to be a lot longer. It's very interesting that a steeper trajectory with higher entry interface temperatures is going to be the thing that keeps the heat shield in line. Why only stop one time and not do like 2 or 3? The capsule goalie can't really. The capsule doesn't have. The capsule really doesn't have the life support systems to be able to stay powered and functioning for 2 to 3 orbits. You're coming back from the moon. Remember, that's an Eclipse bottleneck. That and, well, that skip trajectory and even a lofted trajectory to an extent is yeah, that's essentially like the equivalent of doing 2 orbits. You're just doing it all at once. So they are going to see increased temperatures on that heat shield, but your period of heating is going to be a lot lower. So, like, see, I'm wondering now, because the dude said that they introduced more heat into the heat shield. They introduced too much heat into the heat shield on the Artemis 1 trajectory with the way the heat shield is designed, right? And it couldn't bleed off fast enough. That must mean that the longer period of heating basically made the heat shield, it made the heat shield basically trap too much heat and mechanically char the heat shield. I'm really wondering, like, okay, so you're going to get a higher flux of heat with the reentry trajectory that they're using, but your period of heating is going to be shorter. I'm just genuinely wondering how that is going to fix that problem. Because your total impulse of heat is going to stay more or less the same. It just, there's only, you're going to absorb the same amount of energy, right? Because at the end of the day, you have to stop, right? So at the end of the day, you got to stop. The capsule's going to hit entry interface going like 25,000 miles an hour. It's pretty fast, pretty damn fast. And it still needs to, relative to Earth's, I mean, keep in mind, this is relative to the ground, 25,000 miles an hour relative to the ground. It still has to decelerate from 25,000 miles an hour to like 300 miles an hour so you can deploy the chutes, right? You still have to do that 24,700 mile per hour deceleration, right? You still have to do that. So that is, you have to bleed off a certain amount of energy. But the total impulse of heat is always going to be the same because you have to burn off that same amount of energy. It doesn't really matter how you do it. You have to do it, and you have to do it in a way that doesn't kill the crew and break the heat shield. I'm just... If the rate of heat transfer exceeded the ability of the heat shield to be able to flux heat out of through ablation out of the heat shield design, I'm genuinely curious what the higher delta, the higher change in heat energy flux, so the rate of heat energy introduced from a steeper trajectory, how do you know that's not going to char the heat shield too? Like, how's that going to work? You're still introducing more heat into the heat shield. And there's a potential that that your point of saturation is going to exceed, and you're still risking mechanical liberation there. The window for mechanical liberation, I'll admit, is a lot less. It's a lot less with that steep re-entry trajectory. But also at the same time that you're still risking it. Ground-based testing. Reentry is a big pain in the butt, Sasquatch. There's really, you can test it on small scales. You can't test it at full scale. That's why this footage right here is such a dang treat, because it's the first time anybody's been able to image reentry on a big scale, right? You did not get views like that with the space shuttle. This reentry testing is invaluable. Like, dude, even the data that was generated from Starship's multiple successful reentries at this point, that is enough, like, in terms of space flight data, that is a huge piece of equity in the company that not many people have. Like, not many organizations have. Higher gas pressure might increase the gas dissipation rate. That's a good point, Triados. Yeah. There you go. There it is. Yeah, you're right. By doing that lofted trajectory, they spend more time. You spend more time in the atmosphere. So the heat shield on top of its energy flux through ablation, right? You can convect heat off of it as well. There you go. There you go. Good call. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Actually, that's a good call. So now my next question is, why the heck do you do that skip reentry at all? Like, what's the point? Why do that? The higher the temp, the less heat would transfer inward. Heat would get ablated with the material instead of baking the entire thing at once. Yeah, Blue Flare, I'd be really curious as how Avcoat, the rate of ablation with Avcoat relative to thermal flux, I'd be very interested in understanding that more. I'm sure there's data on it. But yeah, basically your air, you know, if you fly that lofted trajectory, you spend way more time inside of the atmosphere where, you know, it's not like this air density down here, the capsule would destroy itself. But it sounds like they're going to use the atmosphere to also air cool the shield. Which, I mean, you can convect heat when you're in the atmosphere because the gases in the atmosphere will be able to pull heat away. I mean, that's how a car engine works, basically. Didn't the Apollo engineers write down why they used the skip? Well, the Apollo engineers... So, guys, I want to be very clear. Artemis 2 is flying on Apollo's descent trajectory. It is the same thing. Apollo did a lofted trajectory. They didn't do a skip. They did a loft. I'm not sure what the rationale is. Like, that's what I mean. Why? Why do that? Why do the skip maneuver? My guess is that it allows you to... It affords you... it doesn't constrain your launch criteria because recovery conditions at the landing site are very big deal. And if you can skip the capsule, you can just change the site. You know, like it's like Rick was saying, they shortened it up for Artemis 2. So there, you know, the weather in the area is going to play a bigger role. But if you are flying on a skip trajectory, your reentry corridor is a lot longer, and that gives you more time to be able to steer the capsule in a different direction. And opt for a different recovery site. This is what Dragon does with SpaceX. SpaceX does this. They don't recover on the East Coast anymore, but sometimes they would recover in the Gulf. Sometimes they would recover, you know, in the northern parts of the Gulf, like by Pensacola. Sometimes it would be down by the Everglades in Florida. Sometimes it would be by Tampa. Other times it would be out in the Atlantic, near Jacksonville or near Orlando. That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about here. And coming back from the moon, you're going to need a long entry corridor if you want to have cross-range capability to be able to opt for a different recovery site. That makes sense, dudes. That's fine. That makes perfect sense to me. Are you going to cover the next Artemis conference in 30 minutes? Yes, sir. Yep, we're here for the duration. See, I love the technical conferences. These conferences are mint. They're so good. You get so much good information. And having guys like Phil Sloss there and Will Robinson Smith, those two alone are, and Jeff Faust too. I mean, Jeff was on the phone. They ask really good questions. They ask the kind of questions I'd be asking. Actually, nobody asked the question that I was going to ask, which was, is Orion this time flying with a docking port on it? You're going to do all these RPOD operations. Are you going to do it with a docking port attached? Not that it can dock to the ICPS or anything, but I'm just genuinely curious. Yeah, there's another one happening very soon. That was the mission overview conference. The next one is the crew news conference. Same thing. Oh, wait, nope. Hold up. The science news conference. That's happening in 20 minutes. The crew is tomorrow. You could have called in. I like listening, Manfu. These NASA press conferences, when you get like these technical ones, I listen. I listen and I absorb the information. Yeah, I listen. Could you text Phil that question? I should just ask him. Here, I'll just ask him. Let me see. Hey, dude, great questions during the presser. Do you know if the A2 Ryan is going to fly with a docking? All right, sent it up. Yeah, I'll just ask him. Sometimes I forget that I have these guys on speed dial. Like, hey. The next one is starting in about 20 minutes, guys. Yep. The crew portion will be tomorrow, same time. So yeah, we're gonna have a little bit earlier streams this week. Are you two each other's confidential source? No? Yeah, they're all... Hey, Pat, what's going on? If a storm shows up while they're flying, can they get into orbit to add, say, an extra day? There seems to be a lot of contingency built into the whole mission. I've never seen that detailed of a breakdown for the A2 mission. It's pretty good, man. Guys, I'm not going to say it's safe. I'm not going to say, oh, yeah, you'll be fine. Dude, this is a ballsy mission. It's a hard mission. This is going to be a tough one. There's a lot going on. But there's also a ton of abort contingencies in here, and a bunch, like the way the mission is designed, you should always be able to get home. Now, nothing is guaranteed in this business, dudes. This is what makes it so damn difficult. But, you know, Jeff was talking about abort contingencies, and Judd was too. There's the shuttle SLS can handle engine out capability. You have the abort system. There's no what's called a cutout in abort contingencies or blackout mode, meaning there's no way to abort. It seems like this entire mission has the astronauts have a way to get home. And not only do they have a way to get home, the contingencies involved also allow them to complete a lot of secondary test objectives depending on where the failure is, which is actually pretty good. That's what I was really listening for. The type of orbits that they put the capsule and the okay, for instance, I'll give you an example. When they're doing the RPOD part of the mission, the Rendezvous Proximity Operations Demonstration, where they're flying, the astronauts are actually flying Orion like you'd fly a capsule in KSP. Same idea. When they're doing that, they're doing it in technically on a high suborbital trajectory. It is not a circularized orbit. The reason, the thing is that if something does go wrong, right? If the poop hits the fan during rendezvous, right? Well, you don't need to worry about on-orbit debris because of the stage, right? And the capsule will do a breakout maneuver. It will fire its thrusters to maneuver it away from the stage, make sure that it doesn't get near during re-entry, and if Orion has to abort, it'll abort. And the splashdown area for that stage is more or less, from what I can tell, it's more or less the recovery area for Orion at the end of the mission anyway. So the Navy's already going to be there. It's smart. That's really well thought out. I'm actually pretty impressed. The only thing I'm like about is the heat shield, but it seems that lofted reentry trajectory should be good enough. There's no guarantees, man. But thing I want to really, really, really emphasize, these are big boy missions. This is the real deal. And this is why it's cool. This is why I love listening to it. You know, I've been critical of SLS, I've been critical of Orion, but when it comes time to fly, no bull crap. You know, I'm here to listen and I'm here to learn. You know? The Holiday Show, good morning. I just want to say thank you for making science cool again. In a sea of it's got electrolytes. It's got electrolytes! No problem, Holiday Show. Yeah, this is sick, dude. This is good stuff. This is what we want NASA to be doing. This is what they should be doing. Do more of this. That's what I've been saying this whole time. Do more of this. This is cool. This is cool, man. It's got what plants crave. Could they divert to the ISS if there's major issues? I wouldn't, Dead Scum. No. The ISS is in a totally different type of inclination. So, okay. Long story short, going to the ISS would be like if you were on a road trip from Nice to Calais, right? That would be like going to Berlin because you had a problem with your car driving from Nice to Calais, right? Like, oh, we gotta divert to Berlin. Like, what? No, don't do no. But why would you do that? That's all the way over there. So don't do that. Just stop it. Stop and fix it, or just go back, right? The ISS is in a 51.6 degree inclined orbit. So what is orbital inclination? Deadscum, I know you know this. I'm explaining it for everybody else. So if you have Earth's equator like this, like that, Earth's equator, it's basically the middle of the Earth, right? Orbit tilt, or how much the orbit is tilted, is always relative to the equator. So the angle that the orbit tilt is relative to equator is called orbital inclination. So, long story short, the ISS is 51.6 degree inclined tilt. Okay? The most that Artemis 2 will get is 27. Now, so what is that? That's 27 to 51. That's a 26 degree on orbit plane change. Could it do it? During different phases of the mission, you could probably get to the ISS, right? But the amount of trajectory optimization that you'd need to do on the fly for an Artemis to do a 26 degree on orbit plane change during its mission and get to the ISS for whatever reason, right, is way, way more complicated than just bringing it back down. Just bring it back down. Instead of doing a trajectory optimization to get to the ISS, because it's way out of the way. Like in orbital mechanics, it might as well be on another planet. You know what I mean? It would be better. It would be a better contingency to just get the capsule back down. But then again, it also depends on the phase of the mission. If it's any time before the translunar injection burn, just bring the capsule back down. Orion's heat shield will not char during a low Earth orbit entry. It won't do it. It's not going to... I wouldn't worry about heat shield char. I mean, you got to prove it, but I'm pretty sure they know that. So, going to the ISS, because of the differential inclination, is way more complicated than just, oh, we can get there. Doing an on-orbit plane change of even 1 to 2 degrees around Earth. So, this is like, going from 27 to like a 31-degree inclined orbit. Doing something like that is thousands of meters a second delta V on-orbit plane change. I don't know if Orion has the fuel to do something like that. Now, once again, it does depend on the phase of the mission. If they're doing these RPOD demonstrations, right, and Orion is in like a 1,200 by 100, I think it was 1,200 mile by 120 nautical mile orbit. If you're in something like that, you could do the plane change up at 1,200 because you're going slower. You ideally want to do phasing burns and maneuvers when your potential energy is maximized with spacecraft. So what does that mean? Here's a banana, right? It's a banana. So if I throw the banana up, right, for a split second, it's going to stop. Gravity is going to, its upward acceleration stops. And if you, pause the video when the banana is up here, right? For a split second, it has no kinetic energy, right? You have no kinetic energy and you have maximum potential energy, and then gravity pushes it right back down to the ground. Spacecraft do that too. But the difference is that this period of maximized potential energy in a high Earth orbit is going to be a lot. It's not going to be a split second. It's going to be for a longer period of time. And during that, and the other thing is that you're not going to quickly approach it and then go away. It'll, when a spacecraft is orbiting, it'll go up and it'll stay up there and then it'll shoot back down, right? Like this banana coming back down. Yes, it's a banana. Okay. It's stuffed. Nice banana. Thanks. I just had it stuffed. So during these periods of maximized potential energy, you can do on-orbit plane changes for lower delta V because your spacecraft movement relative to Earth's grav well is nil. It's not a lot. This, dancing around potential energy, kinetic energy, times to do maneuvers is called the Oberth effect, right? There's optimum times to do certain types of maneuvers. You want to boost your orbit? The best time to do that is when you're going the fastest, right? When your kinetic energy is maximized. Potential energy is minimized. That's Oberth. You're using you grav assist basically. It's not grav assist. It's not really, but that's the idea. Now, if you want to change inclination or longitude of ascending node or any of the other variables that define orbits in orbital mechanics, potential energy maximization during burn is really what you're aiming for. Are you counting doing this at the ascending or descending nodes? Graham, my analogy is taking into account that your ascending node is at apogee, which is highly unlikely. Right? It's very unlikely. I mean, yeah, that's another... that is another thing to take into account. But if I'm going to sit here and explain orbital inclination and stuff, I'm not going to go to that level of detail because talking about ascending and descending nodes and doing on-orbit plane changes at ascending and descending nodes is going to be, I think that might be a little too far into the detail for the analogy. But that is a thing. Hi, Bad. You've had a rough few weeks, but EJ News makes it all better. All right. Just play Kerbal. Yeah. Yeah, right. How much can Orion fly up there before they get into trouble? Up where? Goalie, the service propulsion system on this is way overfueled for the mission. And once again, that's added safety built into the design. The Delta 4 upper stage, the ICPS, the Delta 4 derived upper stage, the ICPS is not going to be doing your translunar injection. It'll do a high Earth orbit injection, and then Orion will do the RPOD demonstration, and then Orion's service propulsion system, the SPS, is going to do your translunar injection. Of course I did, Charles, yeah. And if that service module is fully fueled, it is way overfueled for the Delta V requirements for this mission, which I think is the idea. That adds another layer of safety into it. Because let's be real, SLS lobbing the ICPS and Orion around is like putting a Falcon 1 stage on top of a Falcon 9. You have a lot of margin here. There's not, it's nothing for SLS to yeet that thing up into space. It's really not a big deal. SLS could probably do 3 Orions with ICPSs stacked on top of each other. In terms of payload mass, yeah, easy peasy. So with Artemis 2 following a hybrid free return trajectory, how do you think they're balancing the trade-off between crew safety and mission flexibility if the SPS burn fails post-translunar injection? Titan Jeff in that press conference said that, the thing about Orion's service propulsion systems and everything is that, you have multiple thrusters on the back of Orion's SPS. Here, Orion's service module, the European service module. Here. I got to get a picture up. I could describe it or I could show you the stupid picture. Okay, combos. So keep in mind, this is a little bit of an older render. It's not exactly like this. There are actually more clusters of thrusters here. So Orion has an AJ-10-190 service propulsion system. That is a shuttle OMS engine. They pulled all the AJ-10-190s off of the shuttles, and they're using those for the service module. For your main propulsion system, the AJ-10 that's the same motor that they used for Apollo. It's just a different variant of it that's optimized for the shuttle. Because for some reason we thought, Discovery, go at throttle up. This is the simplest engine design. Well, let's go what works. But in the time that it's taken to get this thing actually flying, we could have just engineered a new motor. But that's another story. I won't talk about that. But check this out. See how there's mini thrusters here? These thrusters can be used in the event of translunar injection failure. Now, your trajectory is going to need to be changed a little bit, but Jeff said that they have contingencies to be able to complete the mission even if the AJ-10 doesn't work. See these puppies right here, the eight clusters of 8 right there? Those can be used to complete translunar injection in the event the SPS fails. Now, if those fail, you have these thrusters on the sides. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Those thrusters, well, not pointed in the backwards direction, those could also be used to complete it in case this fails and then that fails. Like I said, I really wish that Orion had a beefier service module. I really do. If this service module was like double the size, and it had double the amount of fuel, it's actually a pretty damn good design. I don't really like that this service module was designed with this type of capability in mind, but that's another story. Oh, Phil answered my question. No. Artemis 2 does not have a docking port put on it. It's just a forward hatch. No docking port. For installation on that spacecraft. Cool. Thanks, man. Kicknik 53-month resub. Thank you. See my last diss if no other questions come up. There's always questions that come up, Bert. What's up? Do you think they would build emergency space stations on the appropriate inclinations for abort scenarios? No. You gotta remember, going to a space station, even if your tilt, like your inclination, is in plane, that's just more proximity operations. You're complicating the mission. Maybe in the future, maybe like way down the road, when diverting like that is not going to change your mission operations like something fierce. But for the foreseeable future, no. The safest way to do it would be to, in the event of an abort, would be just to get the capsule back, get the capsule and the crew back. You know, this isn't like Star Wars where you're Star Trek where you're going to divert to Starbase 7. You know what I mean? That's not really how that works. I mean, if we had propulsion systems like Star Trek, then yes, maybe. You know, diverting would be like an airplane diverting to another airport, you know, but we don't have that high fidelity propulsion systems in space yet. i.e. we don't have impulse engines from Star Trek or warp drives either. There's another one coming, Lunprod, very soon. The mission overview. The Artemis 2 mission overview was actually super cool. That's what we're talking about. It's good stuff, man. I actually dig the Artemis 2 mission. This is pretty good. It's a combination of Apollo 9 and Apollo 8 into one shot. And in that regard, it is a bold mission. This is the kind of stuff that NASA needs to be doing. They need to be doing more. The Artemis 2 rocket stack is basically ready to go. The Artemis 3 stack should be ready for stacking by the time this mission launches. I'm not saying that it is. I'm saying it should be. We can't do this multi-year launch cadence nonsense. We got it, and that is what Letitia. That's what she said. She said that once they got everything figured out, they're gonna go aggressively, and I appreciate that. That's good. That's cool, man. Once again, that feeds to something that I'm talking about. In order for NASA to work with expediency, they need a goal. They need a short-term milestone goal. Now, what's the short-term milestone goal? Well, whether you like it or not, it's getting to the moon before China does their first landing. Getting back to the moon before China does their first landing. People are going to say that sucks. Like, I don't like that. I don't appreciate that. It's sustainability, et cetera, et cetera. But that is a goal nonetheless. I don't really care what NASA's goal is. They just need to have one. You can already see that galvanization in your timeline, in your spaceflight timelines, because of it. Talk is cheap, right? But Letitia, she said that they are going to work more expediently, which is what I want to hear. That's good. That is a good thing. That's good. Let's go. Let's ramp up. We need to ramp up Orion. We need to ramp up that EUS, despite me hating that stupid thing. You need to ramp up this stuff. You don't ramp it up, you're gonna have an issue. You're not beating anybody to the moon. Show me more hardware. The hardware is there, dude. We just got to put it together faster. There it is. I liked Letitia. She was cool. She didn't take no crap when she got asked a stupid question. NASA needs more people like that. We need that whole crew that was there for the mission profile. We need more. You need those kind of people running it. People with some stones. You know what I mean? The orange suits have significance. The reason why the suits are parking cone orange and the parachutes, for what it's worth, the reason why they're orange is in the event of a sea abort and a sea recovery. You can see the orange spacesuits and the orange life raft floating from a helicopter. Go.
Hello and good morning. Welcome to the second of our news conferences today, which will focus on the science and technology flying aboard the Artemis II mission. I'm Nilofer Ramji with NASA Communications. Here to talk with us today, we have Mark Clampin, Deputy Associate Administrator for NASA Science, Matt Ramsey, the Artemis II Mission Manager, Debbie Korth, the Deputy Program Manager for Orion, and last but certainly not least, Jacob Bleacher, NASA Chief Exploration Scientist. After some brief opening remarks from each of our speakers, we will take your questions. For those of you in the room, feel free to just raise your hand and we'll bring a mic over to you. And for those of you on the line, feel free to press *1 to get entered into our queue. So with that, we'll kick it off with Mark.
Thank you, Nilofer. So I'm really excited to be here today. Artemis is one of the most daring, technically challenging, collaborative programs ever undertaken. And science is a key part of that. And I'm speaking today on behalf of the Science Mission Directorate. NASA Science has always been a pathfinder for NASA exploration. And you can go back to the very first Explorer mission a year after Sputnik flew, which discovered the Van Allen belts. And in the time between that first flight and now, we've landed on the moon, landed robotic exploration on Mars. We've driven around Mars with a number of different rovers actually conducting experiments. We've even, in the last couple of weeks, announced that we may have found evidence of microbial life. We've flown on Mars with helicopters. And then we also worked with our colleagues in the Astronaut Corps to pioneer working in space on the SOHO mission, and then a lot of work on restoring Hubble Space Telescope. And just recently, we finally restored our ability to land on the moon with a successful landing by part of the Eclipse program. So we have a very large and invested role in bringing science into the Artemis program. This Artemis II mission will actually see 3 astronauts fly around the moon, and this provides a really great proving ground for doing some work that we believe is important as we, first of all, go to the moon, and then beyond that, go to Mars. So this will be the furthest and also the closest approach to the moon in about 50 years. And as you know, the goal is to stay and establish a sustained presence on the moon. So we think it's important that we establish a sort of playbook for what you might consider interplanetary travel. And we've been doing that in science for the last 25 years, working with astronaut colleagues on the International Space Station. And of course, as I just mentioned, we've also been setting robotic probes both to the moon. We've continued to monitor the moon with the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter for the last 20 years. And of course, we've sent loads of probes to Mars to really understand and do a know-as-you-go, we like to call it, to understand the nature of the planet Mars. On the Artemis II mission, we'll have 3 astronauts to do a lot of the science for us in different ways. And there are really 3 themes that we see in this mission as it pertains to science. The first one is the nature of deep space, and I'm going to talk a bit about that, and then I'm going to come back to it at the end. But one of the key elements we think of know before you go is really understanding what are the stresses in deep space. We've done a lot of work in low Earth orbit, but once you get outside the Van Allen belts, you're in a very different environment, which is, very hostile with a lot of high-energy cosmic rays, radiation, and also you're at the sort of mercy of coronal mass ejections, which fire lots of high-energy particles into space from the sun. So one of the things that we're doing on this mission is sending the astronauts with their avatars. And avatars are small USB-sized tissue chips. And on these chips, we can essentially, having drawn blood from each of our astronauts, put individual tissue that corresponds to different organs. And we can use these to monitor things like the health, monitor how they respond to the environment. And this will be very important for building both our understanding of the stresses just doing the very first Artemis II, but later on as we go and establish sustained presence on the moon, and then hopefully go to Mars in the future, we can use these as a way of understanding what the impact on the astronauts is going to be. So it's a way maybe in the future that we can actually build health kits that help us ensure our astronauts are safe. Having 3 astronauts on the mission also means that we have eyes on the moon, and they will be able to probably see parts of the far side that were not seen during Apollo. So this gives us a lot of opportunity for additional geological work, and they'll be equipped with cameras and taking images that we can then use to basically follow up geologically and also potentially look for new landing sites. Finally, another important part for us is that this is going to be an integrated effort. So Artemis is fully integrated with science, and on this mission we will have science in the control room and an integrated part of the team. So Artemis 2 is really the first opportunity to test out that whole setup and make sure that we have everything right for the subsequent Artemis missions. So let me just return back to astronaut health. You heard Lakeisha talk earlier about space weather. Space weather is when the sun, when it's very active, ejects material, very high energy particles that can be a significant radiation hazard to astronomers. We found this initially with Apollo getting outside the Van Allen belts for the very first time. And tomorrow we will be launching from Kennedy 3 missions, IMAP, the Space Weather Follow-On mission, and the Carruthers mission. And these are all providing different pieces of the picture for space weather, so that for the Artemis 2 mission and for subsequent exploration missions, we can provide very accurate forecasting and monitoring for the astronauts while they're actually conducting these missions and ensure that they're safe for the whole mission. So just to finish up, as a big picture overview, NASA science is really providing a foundation for human exploration, both initially for the moon with Artemis program, and then later on for Mars, where again we need to know before we go a lot of things in order to make sure that we can safely go there and return. So we really look forward to exploring the moon, Mars, and beyond. And I will hand over to Matt. Thank you.
Hey, thanks, Mark. Hey, it's great to be here today, and it's a pleasure being with you. All these bright and shining faces here. The panel this morning gave you a pretty good overview of what the mission looks like from pre-launch to mission to post-launch. I'm going to talk a little bit about the principles that drove the design of that mission and some of the mission objectives and some of the technology. So the principles that drove the design of the mission for Artemis 2 were quite a bit different than the ones that drove the design for Artemis 1. Artemis 1 was intended to be a shakedown of our machines that we're eventually will use to go to the moon and Mars. That was a fantastic mission, very successful. We were able to figure out how to operate the machines that are going to take us there. Artemis 2 is a little bit different. We're shaking down different things for Artemis 2. Looking forward to inclusion of the crew systems, and that's crew systems on the ground as well as in flight. So keep the crew safe, be able to retrieve the Orion spacecraft, because we do have reuse goals for Artemis 2 and beyond for the spacecraft components and eventually reuse of the full crew module. So. And then the last thing is mission objectives. What do we want to accomplish? What did we want to accomplish in the design of this mission? And really, that's thinking forward to burning down risk for future missions, Artemis 3, 4, and beyond, where we will use this hardware to transfer the crew from Kennedy to the moon, and then from lunar orbit to lunar surface and back. So priority number one of the mission objectives is to test out the crew systems in space. There are environmental control and life support that Debbie will talk a little bit more about. That is CO2 removal, waste removal, that sort of thing is very important. We did not fly this system on Artemis 1, so it will be a shakedown of that system. We'll also utilize some of the equipment on board for exercise. In the second lap that we do, the 24-hour HEO orbit that we'll do, that will break out the exercise equipment. All the astronauts will exercise, increase the metabolic rate, increase the CO2. They'll need to be cleaned from the system. So that is one of the starkest changes between Artemis 1 and Artemis 2 is that we'll do a 24-hour checkout for those crew systems. We want to demonstrate the systems and ops that are required to do follow-on missions. So all of those things like stowage and logistics and all of those things are very important. We obviously did not do that on Artemis 1. We'll be doing that for 2. I mentioned we'll want to retrieve the hardware. The intent is to download all of the data. If that does not occur during the mission, we'll obviously want to pull that, but we want the hardware. We want to be able to retrieve the secondary payloads on the Orion spacecraft that Jake will talk here in a bit. So those are very important objectives for us. We'll also do emergency and off-nominal training as we transit from and to and from the moon. So radiation shelters, medical procedures that we'll be able to do on the crew, and then fire response and suit donning and doffing, that sort of thing. And then finally, we have flight test objectives, remaining flight test objectives, if you will, that are very important to us. Suit operations, cabin pressure, cabin depress, those types of operational activities. But we do have two secondary payloads, our flight test objectives that we have. One is National Geographic. A couple years ago, Nat Geo offered to work with us on capturing all of the activities that the crew will be doing during this 10-day mission. That's very exciting for us. They'll be there for close approach and that sort of thing, but also kind of daily activities that the crew will be ongoing. And then we also have an optical comms system, laser comm, that we'll be using on the Orion spacecraft that will be able to do laser comm back with the Earth. That is a new technology that we're proving out. We also have, I think Lakeisha may have mentioned earlier, we have 4 secondary payloads that will be deployed off of the upper stage. She mentioned those, 3 of which are already on the Orion spacecraft adapter that's being translated over to the vehicle assembly building this week for mate. We have a 4th that's on schedule to be received this week and inserted prior to Orion delivery to the VAB. So I think that was pretty much it for me. Debbie, would you like to talk some Orion stuff?
Yeah, good afternoon. Glad you guys are able to join us today. I'm really excited to talk a little bit about the safe and reliable and really capable Orion spacecraft that will be going in this mission in just a few short months. So talking about Artemis 2 spacecraft, the Orion spacecraft is made up of about 3 main modules. If we can put the animation, that'd be good. There's a crew module, service module, and the launch abort system. And so I'll start at the top with the launch abort system. So this is a system we hope we never have to use, but it's there in case we need to pull the crew module away from the rocket either on the pad or during the ascent phase of flight. It's flown on Artemis 1, but it was an inert system. Since we didn't have crew, we would not be utilizing it. But it is designed to pull the crew module away. It can go 0 to 400 miles per hour in about 2 seconds. So very capable system. Needs to outrun the SLS rocket in case there was an issue. But if a nominal mission, we'd be jettisoning that system at about 3 minutes or so into the launch. And I'll move down to the crew module, which is where the 4 crew members live and work. It's designed to allow crew members up to 21 days. Our mission, obviously, on Artemis 2 is 9.5, 10-day mission. In the crew module, if you look at the outside, those kind of shiny black tiles, the back shells, those are silica tiles. Those are very similar to what we flew on the space shuttle. The belly of the space shuttle uses similar tiles. And on the very bottom of the crew module is the heat shield. And those two systems are very similar to what we flew on Artemis 1. Once we get inside the crew module, though, there's a whole lot of differences that Matt alluded to. This will be our first flight of our environmental control and life support systems. So you really need a metabolic load to test those systems out. You're looking at carbon dioxide removal, humidity removal, air vitalization, fan speeds, those kinds of things. And so without a crew there, it doesn't really buy you anything to fly those systems. So we'll be flying those for the first time on Artemis 2. The other new systems will be the displays and controls. So 3 displays that are provided to the pilot and the commander on this mission, mostly menu driven. There's about 60 manual switches, but the rest of it is very software and kind of a glass cockpit driven system to fly the spacecraft. As a part of the RPOD demo that Matt mentioned, we will be doing this fly around the ICPS once we undock from that in the HEO orbit. And the crew will actually be flying the spacecraft around that using those displays and controls, the rotational and translational hand controllers. Other new items mentioned are all really for the crew comfort and living space that they need. So a waste management system, basically a toilet. There's a whole hygiene bay that'll be flying in. An exercise device to keep the crew healthy. Any mission over, I think, 9 days requires exercise. So we're actually testing out this system on Artemis 2 to make sure that the environmental control and life support, the carbon dioxide removal and the humidity removal can keep up with exercising crew members in this small volume. Also flying a galley and a water dispenser system so the crew can hydrate food and heat their food with a food warmer. So much nicer creature comforts than maybe some of the previous lunar exploration missions had. Also inside the
Apollo CSM had no toilet, didn't have the mass. They gave them Ziploc bags. Yep. So that's what she means by that.
Crew module, there's a radiation protection that's provided. So inherent to the structure, there's radiation protection, but we also actually can utilize the Oasis bays, which is where all the stowage is. They can use that to protect themselves during a radiation event. Mm-hmm. And finally, I think one of the newer systems as well is the crew launch and entry suits, the orange suits that they wear at launch and entry. One unique feature about the Orion crew suits is it does allow for a contingency return in case there was a depressurized cabin. So the crew can actually live in those suits for up to 144 hours, has ability to provide them food and hydration, medication, and remove waste. So definitely a new system. Again, we hope we don't have to use that, but it is there for crew survival capabilities on their way back.
That's super neat, actually.
And finally, if you look at the bottom part of the spacecraft, that's the service module. The majority of that module is provided by our European partners. It's a European service module. It provides all of the commodities required by the crew module and the crew during the mission. So all the power, the propulsion, water, nitrogen, oxygen, those are all stored in those areas. Heat rejection. Includes 4 solar arrays, which is unique, allows these longer missions rather than just fuel cells. So with the solar arrays, we can actually extend these missions up to 21 days. It contains the main engine that'll be doing our trans-lunar injection burn on this mission as well. So the OMS engine on that service module will be providing that TLI burn. As Matt mentioned, we'll be doing that after we check out the ECLSS system in that 24-hour orbit. So where are we today in fabricating and getting the spacecraft ready? The next picture is a picture of the Orion 2 spacecraft that was in our operations and checkout facility at the Kennedy Space Center. That was right before we handed over to the Exploration Ground Systems folks. This was in May of this year. So crew module and service module stacked together there. You can see, solar arrays and the spacecraft adapter at the bottom. So this is as we were getting ready to roll out that spacecraft to the next facility, which is the MPPF. So the MPPF is where those service module commodities all get loaded. So all of the fuel, the oxidizer, the water, the nitrogen, oxygen, all those things get loaded in the MPPF. And that was completed earlier this year. We also performed a crew equipment interface test in that facility. So the 4 Artemis II crew members were able to get in their suits and get into the actual module they'll be flying in and do a series of system checkouts and testing out the interfaces that they have with the equipment in the crew module. That was successfully completed, and we moved on from there to what's called the launch abort system facility, and that's where the launch abort system gets stacked on top. So you can see here we just finished stacking the motor tower as a part of that launch abort system, and there's 4 ogive panels that are put on to close that out, something north of 800 fasteners to put that thing together,
So
nearing
1,
the end of that
2, 3,
activity.
4. You can see the
And
panels.
very soon, in early October, the integrated crew module, service module, and launch abort system will roll out of that facility and head towards the vertical assembly building to get stacked on top of the SLS rocket. So, next picture is really a picture from Artemis 1, but this is where we're headed. This is we'll be in this configuration, likely into this year, early into January. I'm headed out to the pad. So I love this picture. I love that picture of the moon in the background, our destination. And, and our goal with all of this is to provide a safe, reliable, and very capable spacecraft that can carry the crews to the moon and bring them home safely again and enable the science that we're talking about here today. So with that, I'll hand it over to Jake. Thank you.
Thanks, Debbie.
Cool.
This really is an exciting time. We're preparing to send 3 United States astronauts and 1 Canadian astronaut around the moon. I mean, it doesn't get more exciting than that. And I just wanted to thank you all for being here with us to have this conversation and to help us tell the story about what we're about to undertake. As you've heard from my panel members here, that there are a number of objectives, test objectives with our test flight of Artemis II. But you've also probably gotten the sense from us that we all agree our top priority is to bring our friends safely home at the end of this mission and to bring our spacecraft back. To do that, we have developed an integrated research campaign that will support all of our future Artemis missions to make sure that we can travel safely in space and bring everybody home. And that really starts with trying to understand the space environment. Mark talked a little bit about that at the beginning, and so I'll probably reemphasize that a little bit. So we really want to understand that environment so that we can begin to spend more time away from the Earth, more time at the moon, around the moon, and eventually prepare ourselves to go to farther away destinations like Mars. Now, we're not starting from scratch on that. We do truly stand on the shoulders of giants. We've learned very much from the decades that we spent in low Earth orbit. But as Mark noted, the astronauts that spend time on the ISS are within the protective envelope around the Earth that helps shield us from some of that space weather in the deep space environment. We have learned much from the astronauts who traveled to the moon previously. But although we studied the moon, we studied our systems, we didn't necessarily study ourselves the way that we can today. So that puts us in a really good place for developing this integrated Artemis II research strategy to really focus on understanding that environment, how it impacts our astronauts, life in general, and the systems that we'll be flying in. I believe that when we leave home, one of the reasons we leave home is to learn more about ourselves. So in that sense, you could really say that the science of Artemis is the science of us. So we will be collecting some of the baseline data here of how humans operate when they get away from the Earth. It's what we need to have in mind if we want to spend more and more time farther away. I'd like to say that during exploration, science is our toolbox for survival. So with Artemis II, we're taking the next steps for exploration into new places, steps for humanity to explore far beyond the Earth-Moon system. So with that in mind, I'll run through some of the payloads that we have underway. Our research plan includes a series of experiments and activities. And you heard Mark already mention AVATAR, a virtual astronaut tissue analog response. Again, this is a small experiment, but it could lead to really big impacts for healthcare, both for our astronauts, but also people here back on the Earth. It's about the size of a thumb drive, and it contains cells that we developed from blood draws that the astronauts provided to us before they left. So basically, we're making a stand-in for those astronauts, or an avatar. This study in particular will focus more on bone marrow because bone marrow plays a vital role in our immune system. So basically, we can take this activity and we can simulate the astronaut being on board and learn from how those cells react. But also, in addition to what we can learn from itself, from the study itself, we will be testing out the study as it can be applied to future activities. So as we think through how we can start to fine-tune some of these studies for individual astronauts and think about preparing for the folks who will be spending more and more time up there, we can prepare them by setting up avatars in the similar way that we're talking about here. The next study will measure astronauts' well-being, activity, sleep patterns, and interactions during their time in this deep space environment. This activity called ARCHER, which stands for Artemis Research for Crew Health and Readiness, involves our crew members wearing movement and sleep monitors or actigraphy devices, like this one I have on my wrist right here. They'll wear these during the mission, but they will also wear them before and after the mission as well. The wristband monitors enable us to study their real-time health and behavioral responses while they're in that environment. And as you heard from Matt, the crew will be conducting a number of activities that will kind of, one sense, generate them breathing more, generating more CO2, but it will run their bodies through a lot of different scenarios. And so as they do that, we'll be able to monitor how their body is responding. So we hope to gain a better understanding of how best to provide good sleep opportunities to the crew in their confined spaces and how to just help them operate at the maximum level that we can going forward into future missions. Our next study includes the collection of saliva, basically your spit. Saliva is basically a window into how our immune system is functioning. So we call this activity our immune biomarkers. So during Artemis 2, our astronauts will be able to supply saliva samples, and we can compare those with saliva samples collected back here on Earth as well. The crew provide those samples by blotting, basically licking these special papers that they'll store inside of a pocket-sized booklet. And then we'll store that saliva in a dry environment. When they return to Earth, we will then be able to rehydrate those saliva packets and conduct some analyses. So we can look for stress hormones, antimicrobial proteins, evidence of reactivated viruses, and much more. So this research provides insight into how a person's immune system will be affected during these deep space missions that we'll be flying in the future. Artemis 2 crew will also become the first astronauts in deep space to participate in our spaceflight standard measurements. NASA's been building a database of spaceflight standard measurements for some time in low Earth orbit. During Artemis 2, though, we'll be adding the deep space travelers to this database. So it's something we hope to continue as we look forward into future missions. The spaceflight standard measures during Artemis 2 will include psychological assessments, measures of head, eye, and body movements during, before, and after the mission, as well as looking at blood that will be drawn before and after. These data help us assess their nutritional status, cardiovascular health, and again, focusing in on their immune system. Also, the crew will conduct activities to assess their balance, vestibular function, and muscle performance. Yep. So again, we can generate those activities or we can watch as they go through many of the activities that Matt's already described. Once the crew then land back here on Earth, they'll participate in basically an obstacle course, followed shortly thereafter by a simulated EVA. One of the reasons we want to do that is really understand how the human responds to changes in gravity. And this is really important as we think forward as astronauts spend time traveling to the moon. How quickly can we expect them to operate and function once they land where they don't have a support network behind them? It's even more important when we think about traveling to farther away destinations like Mars, where they'll be in transit for many months before we expect them to operate on the surface. So this really is one of our first chances ever to start studying how the human responds to that gravity transition. We plan to take full advantage of that. We'll also have a suite of radiation sensors. Artemis 1 was well equipped with radiation sensors to help us characterize that deep space environment. That was very successful, and it helped us prepare for future explorers traveling through that environment. Well, that future is now. We're sending our friends through that environment, our Orion spacecraft again through that environment, and they will have that Orion outfitted with the sensors, as Debbie talked a little bit about. The astronauts will actually carry sensors in their suits that can help us understand how much each astronaut is exposed to, how much radiation. And then we'll have two sets of sensors, one that the crew will distribute throughout the Orion after they're up, that will help us understand what the general radiation environment is throughout the spacecraft. And then we'll also have a set of sensors that help us understand how well the shielding that Debbie talked about performs. So we can get a sense of if that radiation environment is constant throughout, or are there some of the locations as we're preparing to help protect them should there be an event that we need to seek shelter from. In addition to those activities that are integrated approach to understanding that environment and its impact on our astronauts and life in general, the mission will enable us the opportunity to observe the moon. So Mark talked about that in his opening comments. I just want to mention, depending on when we launch and what the trajectory is, the crew will be able to look at the moon through the window of the Orion. As it's been described earlier this morning, the moon will look about like holding a basketball at arm's reach. So they'll be able to see a good bit of the moon, if not all of it, from the position that they're in over several hours. As they do that, one of the great things about the human being and the human brain and the human eyes is it's basically the best science tool that we have. And so they will be able to probably describe things that no human has ever seen because none of the missions are identical. So they will see unique conditions that have never before been seen and be able to look out the window, observe what they're able to see, and then describe and document for that for us. So in addition to doing that, they will be helping us understand how science operations work as they describe and document for the teams back here on Earth with a science evaluation room right here at the Johnson Space Center. So working together there, you can see that we have a campaign of doing the research, but also understanding how the research is done so we can understand operations in the future. So I just want to conclude again, sometimes it's hard, my face almost hurts from smiling at the excitement about this. This is really a fun time to be working in spaceflight. I hope that you're as excited as we all are about Artemis II. Very proud about this opportunity coming up. I also hope you have a better understanding of our integrated research campaign and what it is that we're trying to learn by flying this mission. Again, I will just remind everyone our top priority is to bring our friends home safely, to bring the Orion home safely so that we can learn from the mission. And again, when we explore, the science that we carry with us is really that toolbox to enable that safe and successful mission. So these Artemis test flights that we're flying now and have already flown are the building blocks from which humanity will step out away from the Earth to explore the solar system. So I'll hand it back to you, Nilofer. Thank you.
Thanks, Jake. Definitely exciting. And thanks to each of our briefers for your remarks. We'll now open it up for questions. So if you have questions in the room, feel free to raise your hand. And for those of you on the line, feel free to dial star 1 to get entered in our queue. If you find that your question has been answered, you can press star 2 to withdraw it. And we'd like to ask you to whom you'd like to direct your question to and state your affiliation. And we also ask that you limit to one question to start. So why don't we open it up?
Nicole Mortellero from Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. I don't know who I'm directing it to, but I'd like to know more about the exercise that will be conducted in such a small space. What does that look like?
Good question.
I'll start and you guys can jump in. So the exercise device is called a flywheel, and it's actually mounted right when you walk inside the hatch of the crew module. It's right there on the floor. They can perform two types of exercise. One is rowing, and so they actually row into the empty volume of the crew module. So while the other three crew members are sort of staying out of the way, the one exercising crew member exercises out into that volume. There is no seat, so it's a rower, but it's not like a rower you'd have at the gym. There's no seat required. They're just rowing out into the free volume. They can also use it for resistive exercise device to help keep the muscles strong as well. So the rowing is the cardiovascular part, and then they use it for resistive. They can do squats, deadlifts, other things. So there's different attachments you attach to this flywheel, and it's very much the harder you pull, the more it wants to pull you back. So there's a little bit of training that's associated with it. So the crew members are actually participating in training here at the Johnson Space Center on that device over in the astronaut gym. So they're actually doing their workouts on that device so they can get used to it. So it is tight. That's part of what we're looking at on Artemis 2, is to see how does this work when you've got other crew members trying to do other activities while you have one person, some of which are some very tall people on this mission, see how that works out. But that's one of the things we're testing out. We're also looking at how the dynamics of that device interact with the spacecraft, because they're putting load into the spacecraft. So are our reaction control system engines having to respond? How does our GNC system read these disturbances that are going into the spacecraft? So this mission is short enough that exercise isn't absolutely required, but it's going to be required for longer missions. So we need to know how does the exercise work, and then how does the spacecraft respond to this dynamic activity?
Yeah, I think just to add a little bit to that, the cruise is going to be asked to exercise daily. I think it's 30 minutes a day, so there's a 2-hour block for all 4 crew members to exercise.
And just one more thing, that exercise is part of a foundation that enables the research we're conducting with Avatar, Archer, some of the other activities I described, because it will help the astronauts go through a series of different stressor type events so that we can make the measurements I've described. So all of this works well together throughout the mission to provide us with the data we really need.
Perfect. Thank you for that. We have one more in the room.
Thank you very much for this. It's Ivan Semenik with the Globe and Mail. As we heard already, there have been a lot of robotic eyes on the lunar surface for many years, and this mission won't get that close to the lunar surface. On the other hand, you're going to have all these human eyes looking at the moon for the first time in more than half a century. So what I'm wondering is, what do researchers at NASA think, what surprises could the moon still hold for those human eyes? And how is the crew being trained or prepared to take advantage of that limited opportunity?
Well, I can start that if you'd like, Mark, and then you can conclude.
Actually, not a bad question.
You know, this is one of the things about science, right? We don't know what we don't know about the destination, but we also have learned a tremendous amount from those observations you've described that do help generate questions that we have. So we have a series of questions that our Science Mission Directorate documents in what we call our decadal surveys that kind of direct the research we want to do. And then NASA carries a document called the Moon to Mars Objectives document that also highlights what we're trying to learn. But, you know, the types of questions that we can ask ourselves that involve the moon, I always like to talk about, we have questions about humanity, about life in general, but the environment here on the Earth erases much of the evidence from the time period when life got a foothold. But the moon, our space companion, was there the whole time, and it still holds evidence about what was happening in the early solar system at those times. So when we use these missions, these test flights, to get us ready to get down onto the surface and land at the south polar region of the moon, we'll be able to start looking for evidence, collecting samples, making observations to answer big questions like that. But at the same time, your point about, well, what can we really see when we look out the window from Orion in this mission? You know, maybe this won't be that decadal level science that we can do, but very few people have looked at the moon from this angle. And this crew will have an opportunity to basically see the majority of that moon. So being able to look at the limbs of the moon, the edges of the moon as we're passing by, we're very interested to see what they'll pick up on, what they'll see. Are they seeing differences in, you know, colors? Most people think that the moon is only, you know, gray. But the human eye can pick out a tremendous amount of detail.
It's orange!
So this is one of the things for this test flight is, what can we see? What can we learn? And really getting at how can we communicate that back to the Earth and describe what we're seeing and document that.
So I'm going to give a slightly tangential answer. I think Jake has talked about the moon, but I just remind you that the first time we did this with Apollo 8, one of the most inspiring sort of images of our time got taken, and that was a complete surprise. So Jake talked about the unknown unknowns. You know, if you think back to the Earthrise image that was taken by Bill Anders, nobody was expecting that to happen or to have such an impact. So it's always the things you didn't you often don't think of or you're not expecting that end up having a big impact. And I'm not a lunar scientist. I actually come from astrophysics. And that particular picture has, propagated through not just one branch of science, but it's kind of propagated into how we think about the Earth, even how we think about planets around other stars. I mean, for a long time, we've been looking at that image, saying, how will we know if there's life on another planet? So it's always the unexpected that, presents that real scientific surprise.
Awesome. Thank you for that. We'll go on the side of the room over here.
Hi, Andrea Leinfelder of the Houston Chronicle. Mark, I want to make sure I understood you correctly. Could the Artemis 2 crew help pick a landing site for Artemis 3? And Debbie, Artemis 1 had Alexa on the Orion spacecraft. Is that being brought back for Artemis 2? Thank you.
I will let Jake speak as well, but I think the basic idea is that they will certainly be looking for future potential places of interest. And obviously, if there is sufficient interest, then one might want to land there in the future. Jake?
Yeah, just for Artemis 3, our intention is to land in the south polar region of the moon, and then from there to start building up architecture and infrastructure so that we can have longer periods of time that we can stay at the moon. The information that these astronauts will collect when they are flying around the moon on Artemis 2 will certainly be accounted for in the decision-making process. So in that regard, I think everyone who's observed the moon is part of our decision-making process. But then we have a team that brings that data together and works through it. And it's, landing site selection is a balance between where you want to go and where you can safely get to. And that's what we have to work through. So I think in that regard, we're all a part of that process because we're all a part of collecting that data and understanding that environment.
Okay, and I'll address the Alexa question. For those that didn't know, on Artemis 1, we did fly a kind of a digital assistant on board, and it allowed people on the ground to interact in a more personal way with the spacecraft. We could ask it questions, where are you today? And Orion would answer where it was in the trajectory. It was a long mission, almost 26 days. You could say, play music, do party lights. I mean, it was a lot of fun and interesting way of engaging. We are not flying that system on Artemis 2 because we have the crew on board. So most of the personal interaction will be with the crew members getting their direct feedback on what they're seeing, experiencing, and working with the spacecraft. They are looking at ways to integrate digital assistants for the future, but the short answer is for Artemis 2, there will not be Alexa. We'll have the actual 4 living, breathing human beings. Yeah.
Thanks, Debbie. We will take one more in the room.
Thank you. Mark Carreau with Aviation Week and Space Technology. During your initial mission description, you brought up the radiation protection, and I'm wondering how you will be monitoring that. What would prompt you to ask the crew or tell them they need to go to the shelter, and then how would they be prepared, and how long could they be in there, and how effective do you think it is if they were in the path of a coronal mass ejection? Could they be okay in that shelter? Bottom line, thank you.
I can take the onboard detectors. We do have onboard radiation detectors. Of course, that would be way after a CME, but Debbie, you can probably talk to the radiation shield itself.
Yeah, the radiation shelter, it's actually just in the floor of the spacecraft. There's a bunch of stowage lockers, stowage areas, and so they would actually empty out the stowage, and all 4 can fit in there during the event. I'm not don't know all the specifics of the training they're doing along how long they could stay in there, but the intent would be they could stay until that radiation event had passed, and the protection is provided by the structure that's as a part of that floor and the backbone system.
Yeah, and I would just add to that the sensors that are on board the Orion, they're not an alert system to us. They are characterizing the environment that the Orion is actively flying through. The protection part of the studies are to understand how much protection we can provide in different ways within the Orion. So some of the sensors will be placed in locations so that we can characterize that. Were we put into one of those events, we would do the best we can to protect them, as Debbie noted. But I will add, and I'll kind of look to Mark on this one, is that The system that we would use to help us understand if something's coming, we would lean on our Science Mission Directorate partners who have spacecraft in flight right now that is very critical for us to understand the space weather environment. That's where any ability to predict something that's coming our way would come from. So this really is a full NASA integrated effort as we learn how to travel through space.
And I'll just add, our space weather team will use all of our heliophysics missions that are operated by the Science Mission Directorate and our partners at NOAA, the space weather missions that NOAA flies. I mean, primarily they're part of their weather satellites, but they are now starting to move to flying in individual space weather missions. And as I said, we're launching the first of those tomorrow, the space weather follow-on. So the combination of all of those missions allow us to really sort of do as much forecasting as we can. And part of the Science Mission Directorate's mandate in heliophysics is to improve our ability to not just tell you space weather's happening, but actually understand the physics of the sun so we get much better at forecasting as well. And forecasting is going to be more and more important as you start to think about trips to Mars, for instance.
Thank you for that. We'll head over to the phone bridge really quickly. We do have Marcia Dunn with the Associated Press. Marcia?
Oh, yes. Hello. For Ms. Korth, I'd like some more details, please, on the galley and the toilet. Did any parts of the toilet or galley fly on Artemis 1 just to check out some systems? Are they similar to what's already on the International Space Station? And what's the backup plan if the toilet breaks, as it's sometimes prone to do in space? Is it a separate room with a door, a curtained-off area? Any details? Thank you.
Sure, yeah. So the toilet, first of all, is located in what we call the hygiene bay, so it is a separate door. So again, when you walk into the spacecraft through the hatch, it's actually underneath the floor there. There's actually a door that they can use to close. There's also a privacy curtain, so if there's more space needed, they can leave the door open and put up a privacy curtain. So it's very much similar to the design of the U.S. toilet that's flown on the International Space Station. We don't have the equipment that the station has to recycle water, so we're not doing that part of the design, but the actual mechanics of the toilet, how it functions, is very similar based on the ISS design. In terms of contingencies, in case it doesn't work as intended, we've had a lot of conversation about this, particularly about would we actually do the TLI burn or not, would we go to the moon? So we are actually flying contingency equipment, urine collection bags. They can still use the toilet for other functions, even without it functioning, to be able to dump the urine overboard. But there is actually contingency bags, collection devices that the crew could use and still be able to dump systems overboard. So right now the intent would be, if it doesn't work as planned, that's what they would go to as the contingency method. You mentioned about the galley. So the galley, we have a food warmer, again, very similar to what they fly on other missions. It's a kind of a suitcase-looking thing that's like a hot plate that lets you heat up your food. The galley is a water dispenser, so they actually use the water, again, very similar to previously flown systems, that you can refill dehydrated food and then actually use the food warmer to heat that up. So a lot of the systems that we try and fly flight crew equipment-wise are very much heritage, evolved some to fit within the size and mass constraints of Orion, but intend to use technologies from other spacecraft where possible. I don't remember the third. Was it about the flywheel?
Did any of these fly on one?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. None of these systems flew on Artemis 1. So we did not have the toilet installed. We didn't have the water dispenser, none of these items. So these are all first-time flight of these. This is why this 24-hour period is really critical, this checkout period in the high Earth orbit, to make sure all of these systems are functioning. We actually have exercise scheduled in that period so we can really wring out the entire ecosystem. But there are specific activities planned during that 24-hour checkout leading up to that TLI burn to say we're good to go and all of these systems are functioning the way we intended.
Thanks, Debbie. We're going to take one more on the line. Jeff Faust with Space News. Jeff?
Hi. Question probably for Jake Bleacher. When the astronauts are going by the moon and doing observations of it, are they going to be basically going through a checklist of looking at certain things based on what the science team on the ground wants to look like, or they're going to be open to looking at other things? And will they have anything more than the actual naked eye or perhaps a camera lens to observe the moon with? Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. That's a really good question, and I love the opportunity to talk about it, so I appreciate the question. Yeah, so the crew have actually gone through a good bit of geology and science training before this flight. So it's been great to start getting them wrapped into these activities as well as being prepared for the other activities that they'll be doing. So they will have a checklist of sorts of things to look through and suggestions about what to look for, but they will also have, the whole reason we send people is for them to have the autonomy to do what they think is right based on the training that we've given them. So we like to say that, we have a phrase, we say, look odd. You have to look first, then you are observing what you see. So we want to get them to the window to look, we want to give them the chance to observe and then describe and document. And so they will have the Orion, just as before, will be equipped with cameras that can take pictures as well. So we will get plenty of image feedback to accompany what they're doing. And they will have cameras on the inside, and it will kind of be up to them how much they want to rely on that versus how much they want to look at the moon themselves. But the key is to make sure that they're communicating what they're seeing to us and helping us understand how that connection works with our ground crew here on Earth, who will be eagerly awaiting all the details that they're providing. So for this first flight, or this test flight on Artemis 2, again, we've trained them. They'll have a sense of what they need to step through or should step through, but then we will rely on them with that training and their autonomy to do what they think is best and really just communicate to us what they can see from Orion.
Great. Thanks, Jake. One more in the room.
Hello. Michael Burton from the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. Jacob, this question is for you. It sounds like you're collecting quite a bit of qualitative data from the astronauts and their experience viewing the moon. And as we start to think about Mars in the future, along this mission, are you getting some qualitative data on their emotions, on their feelings, and how that might affect their judgment going forward into deeper space beyond the moon?
What? Yeah, that's a great question, and I just want to point straight back to the fact that we have an integrated research campaign for this trip, because most of what I described is really trying to understand how the human being responds to being in this deep space environment. And I talked a lot about how these activities will help us understand their immune system. So there's the core of just a human being in general, but there's a good bit trying to understand, are they able to repeat the same types of activities at the same level? Is there any change in the way they're operating? How are they interacting with each other? And I think that gets to what you're asking, is really driving towards how they work as a team and maximizing their ability to do that, to get the jobs done that we're giving to them. Because that really helps us understand how to plan missions, how much time we have to work with. And so again, going through a lot of the activities that Debbie and Matt described, like exercising in a small space, right? Like, are we getting in each other's way? Can we find ways to do these jobs so that we can get through it? So you're right there's a lot of quantitative data, there's a lot of qualitative data, and we want to see them go through these different activities so we can really judge that. And then we'll compare with when they get back to Earth, how are they doing when they get back here as well?
Great. One more in the room. Micah.
Hey, Micah Maidenberg, Wall Street Journal. Maybe for Mark and Debbie, could you talk a little bit about scheduling the astronauts over, each 24-hour period after that, assuming the TLI, checks out and, you go out there. Are you scheduled down to the minute? What's the balance between work and rest? And if someone could provide a couple of examples of food that the crew will eat, that'd be great. Thanks.
Yeah, I can take the planning part of it. Yeah, so all four of the astronauts have all of their days fully loaded, meeting some of the objectives that I mentioned earlier. I don't know if it's down to the second. It's not down to the second, but it's it's very detailed. So I find it kind of funny. In fact, to further that, one of the comments earlier is that on flight day one, we get through most of the work, and then they take a 4-hour nap, and then they do the major burn, and they go back to sleep. I can't imagine going to sleep beforehand or going back to sleep after, but that's the kind of blocks that we're talking about that we're scheduling each of the crew for.
Yeah, and I'm going to add our friends in the Flight Ops Directorate, they're the ones that do all the scheduling, and so there will be a very detailed timeline day by day, as Matt mentioned, where, you know, every activity, every flight test objective, every DFTO, every experiment, everything that needs to be done is fully planned out before they go. Now, that's not to say every day something may change, and so those timelines get reworked kind of, you know, overnight while the crew's sleeping each day. So our Mission Operations Directorate here, or Flight Ops Director, are the ones that do that work at the detail level. In terms of food, there's a huge variety of menu that's provided by the food lab here at JSC, and so the crew members actually spend time going to that food lab and sampling the different foods available to them. Several of these crew members that are flying on Artemis II have flown on space stations, so they're very familiar with the food choices. So they're over there now picking out their menus, working with nutritionists to make sure that the foods they're picking out meet their nutritional needs. So I don't know anything that's not on the menu. You know, you hear everything from pastas to shrimp to mac and cheese to hot sauce to tortillas to, I mean, it's a pretty extensive menu that they get to go customize for their needs.
Awesome, thank you. We'll take one more in the room.
Ken Chang, New York Times. This is for Mark. I was wondering, how good are space weather forecasts now? Can you forecast a week out that there's going to be a big sunspot pointed at Earth that might put out a CME?
Yes.
I think we're getting better, and we've been able to start to get a handle on, you know, the big storms like the Gannon. But a really solid forecast, I think, is still something that we're striving for. And obviously, you know, the missions that we're putting up now will give us much better insight into not just the one piece of the problem, but the whole problem, from what's happening on the sun to how that then propagates out from the sun and whether it becomes a real problem or not. So we have a lot more to do, I would say.
And Matt, or Mark, if I could add to that.
Sure.
Just there's being able to predict that it will happen, but what's really valuable to us is knowing when it does happen, because it's not instantaneous that the radiation levels change at the Orion. So having the warning that it has occurred, whatever the event is, has occurred, gives us time on board to talk to the astronauts and prepare themselves for it. And, you know, as we already mentioned, we have, you know, possible options for them to try and shield, and any protection is better than no protection.
Great. We do have time for one more question. We'll take one from the line. We have Manuel Mazzanti with Exploración Especial. Manuel?
Thank you so much. Manuel Mazzanti from Exploración Espacial. I would like to know a little bit more about the optical communication systems that you're going to use. In the previous call, they mentioned that as Orion gets farther away from Earth, we are going to be switching to the deep space network with limited bandwidth. So my question is, I mean, we all know how important are HD videos and good photography for public engagement. So what do you need in order to have like a live feed using the optical, this O2O communication system? Do we need a relay satellites, or what is it? What do we need to have a live feed of good bandwidth?
I can take that. Yeah, so the components of the optical comm, there's a transmitter receiver on the Orion spacecraft. There are ground stations at Table Mountain, California, and White Sands, and potentially a site in Australia. So there will be certain times of the day that we will be able to communicate with that optical comm system back to Earth. That we potentially have the real-time option, but it's not the baseline communication system for the spacecraft. That's the DSN and the near space network for teachers and that sort of thing. So that's the primary, and we also have a secondary S-band comm, and then the optical comm is a flight test objective, basically.
Great, thank you for that. Unfortunately, we are out of time to take our questions. So thanks to all of you who raised your hand, who submitted questions, and thanks to our briefers today who took the time to talk to us a little bit about the science and tech that's flying on the Artemis 2 mission. We hope that you'll continue to follow along tomorrow. We do have a crew news conference that is scheduled for tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central with the Artemis 2 crew members. We'll also hope that you follow along with the mission by visiting nasa.gov/Artemis. Thanks again for joining us.
Good press conferences, guys. Real good, actually. Yeah, good stuff, man. Real good stuff. Orion has a toilet. That's what I learned from that. I don't know about you guys. That's what I learned. Yeah, the conference is going to be good too. Yeah. Over under on how many times the astronauts get asked, "How are you feeling?" That is the laziest question to ask in spaceflight. That is the laziest. How are you feeling? Good. What are they going to say? Bad? Even if stuff was going bad, do you think they would tell you? That is the laziest question. Pay attention to these press conferences, guys. When people ask that question, lazy. Lazy. I feel indifferent. Yeah. Need to have a tape delay and delete it. But how are you feeling? Good. Asking the winning quarterback, how does it feel to win? Good. Yeah, that was a pretty good one. That was a pretty good one. I had to answer a message halfway through it, so I missed some of it, but it was pretty good, man. How did those questions about feelings make you feel? Bad. Can SpaceX send Starlinks to the moon? I mean, they could. How is Starlink going to send the signal back? Starlink is a terrestrial communications network. So if you put a bunch of Starlink satellites out on the moon, they're going to be facing towards the moon and give you great connectivity on the moon, but not back and forth. Could SpaceX make an optimized version? Sure. Could they make it in the time frame? Probably not. I'm still not convinced Orion is ready for people. My only trepidation, Geek, is that heat shield. Yeah, I'm not sold on the heat shield, but then again, what do I know, dude? Did they mention a date? Yeah, Fire Fistus. Net February 2026. No later than April. So there's a window here. That tells me that they're pretty much ready to go. And the only thing that's going to delay this is if if something goes weird during the wet dress rehearsal, or you're just not in the right phase for the moon to meet the first window because something went weird with testing or an integration or whatever. That's about it. I would say that we are more in line for going in I would say late February, probably March, depending on the transfer windows. Any spacewalks planned? Not for Artemis 2. What about Mars Link? We'll ruin where is Mars Link? You guys got to remember, this isn't happening. Artemis 2 is happening in, let's see, what is it, September? It's late September. So October, November, December, January, February. It's happening in 5 months, at the very least. It's not a lot of time to do anything with spaceflight. That's not a lot of time. Do these Mars Link satellites exist, Ruan? I don't think they do. Do they exist? Could SpaceX hot rod something? Maybe. But why would you complicate your mission at that point? They already have the communications pretty much figured out. I hope it's not February, only because the launch would be in the evening, middle of the night for us in the EU. It really depends on where the moon is, so... I was saying just for future comms. Yeah, maybe, dude, for future, but like you're not... It's the top... Well, so ruin the topic of discussion is, you know, is there going to be any type of communication? Could we, like, get something ready by the time Artemis 2 rolls around? 5 months is not... 5 months is nothing in aerospace time. That might as well be tomorrow. So, no. Can Starlink satellites orient themselves so they can communicate with Laserlink to sats in LEO? Yeah, if you had something like the Starlink Placer, but Nianix, you'd have to put the Placer on Orion. Where are you putting it on Orion? You're gonna make a modification to the Orion capsule at this point when it's basically the launch abort system is installed? I would not go modifying the capsule at this point. The time to do something like this would have been long before the Placer even existed. Now, future Orions? Yeah, they probably should. That would probably be a good idea, or at least configure their optical communications to communicate with Starlink. Who knows? They might do it. But yeah, the time to do this for Artemis 2 would have been a long time ago. Hey, Aronok, what's up, man? Do you think Artemis 2 should have done more to prepare for Artemis 3, such as docking tests? Well, Mason, NASA got themselves in a right fine pickle by choosing a rocket's upper stage for SLS that was near its end of life. That was an insanely idiotic thing to do. With SLS, I said that was a dumb thing to do at the time. I still think it's a dumb thing to do because after Artemis 3, you don't have an upper stage until Boeing decides they want their box to be their upper stage to be more than a box on a computer. Yeah, choosing Delta 4 as an interim stage for SLS was probably the dumbest thing that anybody could have done. That was one of the most short-sighted decisions that NASA, well, it wasn't NASA that made that decision, it was the Augustine Commission, but whatever. Yeah, that was bad. That was a bad idea. Shouldn't have done that. Should they do more preparations? Yes. And in that regard, Orion should have... okay. Mason, I'm going to make this quick. If anybody has any other questions, I'm going to give you the short answer. So the shorter answer is you shouldn't have canceled Constellation. Constellation had a much more robust testing regime for Orion, and by the time we would have been sending people to outside of low Earth orbit with the Orion capsule, there would have been a lot more research and development done and a lot more flight data done for Orion. Stuff would have been figured out with the heat shield by now. Yeah, dude, even if we were making SLS, like say we decided to make SLS and Ares 1, right? Instead of Ares 1 and Ares 5. That would be fine. That would be perfectly okay because you could have gotten your testing data on 5-segment boosters. You could have gotten your testing data on an Earth departure stage that you could put on top of SLS. And you could have gotten tons of data on Orion's heat shield and block manufacturing of Avcoat instead of a honeycomb porous design. It would have been much more robust in its testing regime. So you would have been able to buy down a very big amount of risk doing something like that. Now, it would have cost more money, no doubt. But all right. It would have cost more money to what? Make the spacecraft safer? Yeah, I'll spend the money. Thank you very much. Do you think Skylab around the moon would be beneficial or useless? That's essentially what Gateway is, Flykin. The Augustine Commission, Raiden, is the commission that President Obama put together during the middle of his second term to basically look at NASA and come up with basically re-baseline NASA. So at face value, that seems like a good idea. But the real problem is that the Constellation program was underfunded in 2008, 2009, and 2010. And what happened when the Augustine Commission was tasked with looking at the state of Project Constellation? What happened? Well, they went and looked at it, and they said, oh, it's underperforming and way behind schedule. Well, yeah, that's what happens when you don't give them the money that they need to do the thing that you told them to do. So the Augustine Commission said, no, let's re-baseline everything. Let's build SLS. Basically, they did the ultimate form of kicking the can down the road for beyond low Earth orbit lunar architecture, and said, you know, it'd probably be better to use a commercial option instead and eventually have that because this program is too expensive and underperforming, and it would take years and billions of dollars to get it done right. So the president said, okay, well, let's cancel it. So they did. They canceled it. And when Congress got wind of that, they said, no. And basically signed, ironically, what the Augustine Commission said as their recommendation. They signed that into law. And that's what became SLS in the Artemis program. Yeah, that's not great. You know, the idea was we can use off-the-shelf components to substitute out, you know, vehicles, to substitute out, you know, like we could use an interim stage from Delta 4 while we, you know, to help alleviate costs, to, you know, to do lunar missions, you know, the precursor missions, like before we land, like, you know, we need to test Orion so we can put a Delta 4 stage up there. Now, like I said, that would have been all fine and dandy, and an interim solution isn't actually too bad of an idea. But the problem here is that they also decided that they were going to make the core stage, which is one of the most complicated spaceflight articles ever devised, save for maybe Starship and Super Heavy. Those are the two things, those are the only two other spacecraft that I think are maybe more complicated than the core stage. Core stage is basically a space shuttle minus the payload bay and crew tank and wings integrated into an external tank. It is a very, very complicated piece of equipment, particularly what's called the MPS, where the 4 engines are. So, you know, they decided that to implement a cost-cutting solution for the core stage, for the upper stage, but not the core stage. I'm telling you. The Augustine Commission and the subsequent implementation of SLS by law, because the president decided to pull the plug on everything at the time, it was an insane and idiotic thing to do. We are still reeling from the byproducts of that, and that honestly 20 years down the road put us in this, well, 15 years down the road put us in the exact position where China could get a foothold on the moon before we get back. That is a direct consequence of kicking the Constellation program down the road. That is a direct consequence of that. How many years do you think that cancellation put us back? If we had if we had just kept flat funding Constellation, we would probably be on the moon right now. Barely, but we'd be there now instead of wherever. The Constellation program called for ISS rotation missions with Orion starting in 2015, 2016, and then heavy lift launch vehicle testing in the late 2010s, early 2020s. When did Artemis 1 happen? Weird. And it would have, because it had a lander built into the design, we would probably, I bet you we'd be testing Ares 5 at this point. Yeah, we'd probably be testing Ares 5 at this point and getting it ready to go. interesting thing as of note, you would have ran into the same problems with Ares 5 that you ran into with SLS. In fact, I would probably say that Ares 5 is too heavy for the crawlerway. You would need to beef up everything. Ares 5 would have been way heavier than SLS, interestingly enough. But I digress. I would say a mission like Artemis 2 probably would have happened like 3 to 4 years ago. Basically, I don't know. We spent from the 2010 NASA Authorization Act to, let's say, EFT1. We probably wasted about 5 years, I'd say, give or take, at the very least. That's a conservative estimate. I was the president, NASA would be getting the Pentagon's funding level and DARPA and the Department of War. That's too much money, Tigris. That would just generate an incredible amount of waste. NASA doesn't need the Department of War's budget. It does not. It needs maybe double what it has now to build out a good architecture, but that ship sailed at this point, dude. I would say that you don't even need to do that. At this point, you need to fund the ancillary stuff correctly. We got a core stage in SRBs and a mobile launcher. That's good enough. It's good. It's fine. It'll work. Okay? Let's build out our exploration architecture on top of the core stage and the 5 segments. That would be fine. I'd be okay with that. I would, once again, I've talked about this. I would refactor SLS into a EOR architecture. I would run SLS with the capability of taking Orion off of SLS and putting it on a commercial variant. I don't care if it's Falcon 9, Falcon Heavy, New Glenn, Vulcan, whatever. In fact, I would probably make it so you could put it on any of those if you really wanted to. And I would use that as a way for NASA to be able to get astronauts into low Earth orbit without using a super heavy launch vehicle. Simultaneously, I would work on a low Earth orbit optimized version of SLS that's designed to deliver big cargo like a lander and a transfer stage into LEO. So basically take Ares 5's upper stage, the Earth departure stage, and put it on top of it. Put it on top of SLS with the bigger fairing. Yeah, that's what I'd do. Basically, SLS needs, and then use Orion and SLS to build out a architecture that'll get you a lunar lander that can go to the moon. NASA needs to fund the ancillary stuff, like a better upper stage, for SLS. The EUS is okay. It's a lot of compromise, in my opinion. It's not necessarily suited for good high energy transfers to the moon. But where it's not suited for high energy transfers, it makes up for lower energy transfers to the solar system. So like using it to launch deep space probes would probably be a good idea as well. But small stuff. Orion's service module needs a Block 2 variant with way more delta V, regardless of if you're going to Gateway or not. Yeah, once again, I don't mean to be a stick in the mud about this stuff. This is what NASA needs. They need to do this stuff. And maybe we'll see it. Maybe. But yeah, Goalie, I think that the consequences of the 2010 NASA Authorization Act probably put us back 5 to 10 years. Easily. Like, that's a very conservative estimate. I still don't know about all these old parts. The old parts work just fine, dude. They'll work fine, but eventually we're going to that's the thing. Using parts from a previous space program in your new space program is not necessarily a bad thing. The time to do that would have been 10 years ago. Well, the people that worked on all these old parts were still employed by NASA. We let the SLS program get so far out because the architecture is so inadequate that most of the people that worked on this heritage stuff and made it so the heritage stuff is usable have retired or have died. You know, like that heritage hardware becomes a bottleneck when nobody knows how to use it. If you're familiar with coding, COBOL, great example. Fortran, another great example. Those are the positions, those software engineering positions, if you know COBOL or Fortran, are some of the highest paid positions in software engineering nowadays. The reason why? No one knows how to use them because they're so antiquated. That actually works against you in spaceflight, using heritage components if you're going to use a design from 50 years ago. And that's NASA's own words, guys. It's not even my opinion. That's why NASA didn't remake the Saturn V, because the people that made it aren't around anymore. Notice that nobody's announced they're working on workshop modules for building infrastructure for long-term stays on the moon and Mars. Starship HLS is more than enough to have a sustained presence on the moon. But, Tigris, my thing is that, you know, NASA just needs a two-person lander. They need something like the LEM. Because you're not going to want to put a Starship HLS down every time you go to the freaking moon. Are you? Are we? Is that what we're doing? And in that regard, I think Blue Moon Mark II is a much... It's not that Blue Moon is better than HLS. HLS is a fine design, but you don't need to put 100 tons down on the surface of the moon every single freaking time. What if you're just doing a crew rotation mission, right? Just a simple two-person lander like the LEM or something akin to that, something more like Blue Moon Mark II would be much better for doing sustained presence on the moon, because you once again, you're not going to throw an HLS every time you want to put somebody down on the surface. You guys know that HLS has 2 people on board. 2. You have a 100-ton lunar lander that has 2 people on it. That's way over-engineered for task. Now, the flip side of that is that if SpaceX follows through with what they want to do, if they follow through with what they want to do with Starship, that's not going to matter. Yeah, Starship could just, land people wherever. It's not a big deal. But I do believe in being thorough with your spaceflight architecture, and I do believe in having redundancy. You know, Blue Moon Mark II is a good hedge against putting Starship, in case Starship doesn't work. It's a good way to do that. However, I want Starship to work as well. I would like Starship to do its thing. But you're not, like I said, NASA is not always going to need to land a 100-ton lander down on the surface. The more landers, probably the better. And I would prefer to have landers that are suited for application. But Starship is way over-engineered for a crew rotation. But the right move for NASA to do right now would be to utilize that 100-ton capability for their rotation. So the flip side of that is that if you're, not just be like, okay, we have this 100-ton capability, let's put 2 people on it. Okay, we're good. High five. No, you would want to design around that capability. You have 100 tons to the surface of the freaking moon. Now, the first landing, you probably don't want to load down that thing just because it's the first time you're going to use it with people, right? But also the second, third, fourth, dude, load it down with modules, rovers, robots, whatever. Load that damn thing down. Maybe have one stay there, land one and have it stay there. And if you do that, what, do you land another HLS to get the people and go up on that one and they leave that there as a base component? Like, you could do that, sure. But, if we're going to sustainably be on the moon and we're going to sustainably build out we're going to sustainably build out lunar operations, you're going to need cranes, you're going to need construction vehicles, you're going to need forklifts, you're going to need bulldozers, you're going to need excavators, you're going to need all this stuff. Starship is very good for that. Not maybe in the interim time, but it's pretty damn good for it. It's just not necessarily the best thing right now. But once again, if SpaceX follows through with the plans that they say that they're going to do, that could be what we end up having, which would be pretty cool. Call me out if I'm wrong. You're wrong. But I think pretty soon Starship will become the Libre 11K to any large-scale project for space station. Like I said, NASA, it would be prudent of NASA to design around the fact that they have a vehicle that can put 100 tons to the surface. I'm not entirely sure that NASA understands. Well, they definitely do. They probably don't have the cash to start looking through this stuff, but who knows? Also because they don't have it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's over-engineered for application, Rocket Guy. We've talked about this. And I don't think it's going to sound weird, but even if Starship does everything, HLS does everything that it needs to, and SpaceX basically can get it to the moon in like a week, I'm not sure NASA is designed for that type of throughput. Between a truck and a car, I would choose a truck for this. Yeah, exactly. But I would, if I could, I would have both a truck and a car. Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. Like Starship would be much better for ISRU stuff. Everyday Astronaut devised a shorter, stubby HLS that Tyler has modeled on Kerbal and tested if it could actually work in Kerbal RSSRO. That's actually super cool, man. Neat. NASA should also focus more on on-orbit assembly. A few years down the road, there will be insane launch capability with SLS, New Glenn, and Starship, unmatched by anyone else for a long time. There's so much potential. Well, K3, that's the reason why I've been vocal about launching more SLSs, because an expendable vehicle with a 10-meter fairing is, people aren't going to like this. That is much better suited to building a transfer vehicle on orbit and launching it in a bunch of pieces and then docking it together. What do you think made a better space station, Skylab or the ISS? Which one of those was easier to launch? And in that regard, I think SLS should be, there should be a program for utilizing prototype transfer vehicles in LEO. And I think NASA should use that on top of commercial low Earth orbit destinations as a prototype training ground. And then, so SLS should put a big prototype transfer vehicle in LEO, maybe not with its propulsion module, right? Use that for a little while. As an ISS, you can send Dragon to it for commercial crew. Starliner, you could send an Orion to it if you have a low Earth orbit variant of Orion. And then that's what should become the gateway. SLS should throw one of those things out with minimal thrusters out to the gateway, out to rectilinear halo, and that should be the gateway, and then repeat the same thing over there. Don't get me wrong, we're not going to refactor our architecture at this point because we chose expediency all of a sudden over sustainability, but yeah. Who is to say that SpaceX won't increase the Starship diameter in the future? I spoiled they might, but that's irrelevant. You can't design around something that doesn't exist. Why would I go about designing a 12-meter module that maybe SpaceX might make for a version of Starship in the future? That makes no sense. Do it right, do it fast, or do it cheap. Pick two. Yep. Rocket Guy, I've been with spaceflight. I've been always of the persuasion of do it right, do it fast, and I know that's going to cost you money, but every time we've decided to invest in NASA, it always pays dividends. I don't understand why people don't realize this, but whatever. Look at the dividends that was paid from the Apollo program. You could even make the same argument for the ISS and the space shuttle. But what do I know, dude? But yeah, man, that's pretty cool. Pretty cool press conferences, guys. I'm pretty happy. I'm pretty happy with what I saw. I have a little bit of trepidations about the heat shield, but I don't know better than NASA, so maybe it's fine. But we're getting to the point where we're gonna find out, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool, man. That's pretty neat. Could an Apollo 13 happen again, or is Orion taking those kind of risks out of the equation? Goalie, what you just asked is, I drove down a highway a week ago. If you drive down and crashed, if you drove down the highway now, are you going to crash too? Well, yeah, there's always a risk of crashing when you drive on a highway, but that's not likely to happen. But you're always going to carry risk with spaceflight, of course. That's why I've been vocal about testing Orion more and not less. Nord Space reset their clock to 2 hours. Yeah. Okay. Press conferences require a lot of mental commitment. But there is another one tomorrow. There's another one tomorrow at 10. That is the astronaut crew conference. We'll cover that too. But anyway, let's shift gears, dudes. Let me think. All this talking about Orion made me want to make an Orion capsule, but we're already building another thing in KSP right now. What do we have on next space flight, Make? You actually reminded me. The IMAP mission is tomorrow at 7:30. I will be here for it. Oh. Is your back bugging you today? Yes, very much. Humidity is coming back for a few days and it has my knees feeling it. No, my back's bugging me because I heard it playing pickleball over the weekend. I took a wrong step and tweaked it a little bit. I'm all right. I'm fine. I sat on the inversion table and it went away. It's just still a little bit sore. Yeah, I know. Pickleball. I get it. With real pickles. Yep. Yeah, I gotta my cross training shoes are on their way out. That's why I rolled my ankle and tweaked my back in the wrong direction. But don't worry, I'm fine. I kept playing. I didn't fall on it like a ton of bricks like I did the other day. Yeah. So I do that because my neighbors have they have a court spray painted in their driveway and stuff. And it's just something to jump in and have some fun with. Try to get some cardio, guys. Is using a low Earth orbit station to collect space junk and using them as raw supplies viable? Sure. A lot of technologies you got to prove out to do something like that, Wolf. Got to remember, most satellites aren't in low Earth orbit. They're the satellites that are worth something are in geostationary. If you're going to recycle satellites that way, it would be a good idea to not It'd be a good idea to go and get those satellites, because right now when the satellite dies, we just, right before it runs out of power, or propulsion, they move it into what's called a graveyard orbit, and they leave it there. That wouldn't be, it would be a good idea to go and get them, but going all the way up there and then bringing them back down to Leo is going to require a pretty comprehensive architecture with a lot of technologies that really haven't been designed. Once again, it's not just about going and grabbing the satellite. How are you going to grab it? There's no docking port. There's no way to grab it. Unless, Northrop Grumman has been working on extension vehicles, or what's called MEVs, to mission extension vehicles to do what you're talking about. But even then, building a processing facility to, scrap satellites and convert them back into raw materials is going to require a crazy amount of power from a space station. Power demands on the ISS are always a thing, even with its gigantic solar panels. In fact, a lot of the modules, the original modules planned for the ISS got cut because they were worried about power consumption. Right? So the real thing that's holding you back there, and this is what, a lot of stuff needs to be proved out. This is what I mean. We need to find a better way to generate power in space than solar panels. But that's another story. You need to come up with a better reason, like you were fighting a bear. Yeah, okay. Why don't they re-enter the satellite? Decircularizing from geostationary requires a lot of delta V, dude. I'd say 2 to 3 kilometers a second. That would be a significant chunk of the satellite's on-orbit life. It's easier to just put it in a graveyard orbit. Good question, though, Wolf. Gazway, beyond the current liquid methane engines, what alternative propulsion technology like nuclear or electric do you think is the most promising for the next generation of spacecraft? Nuclear thermal is probably a good idea. And maybe eventually switching to some type of nuclear electric propulsion. Yeah. Nuclear thermal is something that's proven. It works. We tested it in the 60s. It works. It works just fine. It's not the most efficient use of nuclear energy in space, but it'll work. And even a twofold increase in efficiency is enough to really change the way you think about building spaceships. You grab them with a giant claw, of course. Yeah, right? Couldn't the remaining power from the collected satellites be used? Well, the satellites are dead. They're out of power, Wolf. It's basically a big floating chunk of metal. The satellites don't stay powered once they hit end of life. They shut them off. Is that the one where you toss a nuke behind you every couple seconds? No, I hate that thing, Space Ghost. That's a nuclear Orion drive. I hate that. It's called a pulse detonation drive. I hate it. That's stupid. That's stupid. There are so many better ways to utilize nuclear power in space. Nuclear thermal would require launch pad base in space, right? No. No. A nuclear thermal rocket is a rocket engine with a nuclear reactor inside of the combustion chamber. And instead of actually combusting something, what they do is they flow liquid hydrogen over the nuclear reactor when they're moderating a reaction to generate heat. That heat heats up the hydrogen expands, and the nuclear reactor can introduce so much heat into the hydrogen so quickly that if you put this whole mechanism inside of a rocket motor, a de Laval nozzle, so a convergent divergent nozzle, it can shoot it out probably at like twice the speed of a rocket engine right now. Yeah, it's pretty good, man. Satellites use solar power, Wolf. Yeah, solar. That's as good as power we can generate in space right now. Did we launch nuclear reactors into space during the Cold War in the 60s? Yes. Yes, we did. Does it work? Yes. Yes, it does. Do we still have stuff? Is there stuff up there that's nuclear powered? Yes. They don't use a reactor, though. It uses a radioisothermic electric generator. Basically, they have a tube that's full of plutonium. The plutonium is radioactive, so it's giving off heat, right? And they scavenge the heat and convert it to electrical energy. That's what Curiosity and Perseverance, Voyager 1, Voyager 2, New Horizons, they have that. What is the fuel volume for that? Why aren't we using it? Well, you could just use liquid hydrogen, something we know a lot about. Why aren't we using it? Because we're dumb. Nuclear thermal engines, they look on the outside, they look like a rocket engine. It's just a little beefier, right? Nuclear thermal rocket technology was tested in the 60s. What they were looking to do is replace Saturn V's third stage, which uses liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen, with a nuclear thermal upper stage, which would have doubled the Saturn V's second stage's efficiency. Twice as efficient. You know, if the one that uses liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen gets 30 miles to the gallon, this one gets 60 miles to the gallon. Little bit on the heavier side, but you have more delta V in space, right? And weight it's not really about weight, it's about mass. But a twofold increase in efficiency is enough to basically offset like something that's maybe 2 to 3 tons heavier or higher mass. But could you fire it on Earth frequently? Sure, Mikey. Yeah, why not? You're flowing hydrogen over a nuclear reactor. That will create a radioactive isotope of hydrogen, but it'll create a radioactive isotope of hydrogen that has a very, very short half-life and basically decays before it cools down coming out of the nozzle. Yeah, hydrogen does that. Mikey, it's to the point where standing behind a nuclear thermal engine wouldn't be any more or less dangerous than standing behind a regular rocket engine. The heat and the sound would probably kill you before the radiation ever does. I.e., if you could get close enough, say, there's a rocket engine firing and you Naruto run into it, you're still going to get killed, but not because of radiation. You know what I mean? So the thing about nuclear rockets, guys, is that they don't generate a lot of thrust. You can make them generate a good amount of thrust, but it's not a lot. They're much better utilized as an upper stage. I wouldn't use them as a first stage engine or a second stage engine. I would use something that has a lot more characteristic energy, like Carolox or Methalox or something. Nuclear stages are good for upper stage. That's good for up there. And up there, there's tons of radiation up there. You don't need to worry about that. kind of protection would you need if they put an RTG on a spacecraft with people? Your spacecraft would need to be very long. I wouldn't want to be near that. Can't get skin cancer if you don't have skin anymore. Yeah, exactly. The nuclear rockets don't spew radiation. They do, but it's only for a second and it decays into nothing. Like, you could stand in the flame trench of a test stand that tested a nuclear rocket engine maybe like an hour later and you would be fine. Like, you wouldn't be getting any like heightened radiation doses. It's the isotope of hydrogen that it makes is not very stable. CD Willie, I think so. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. That sounds right, though. Yeah, like I said, nuclear thermal rockets have been tested. They tested it in the 60s with Apollo. Like it, and when I say tested, I mean they built one and it works. Here. There you go. Part of the reason why these things are a lot more bulky and they're a lot more higher mass is because of the shielding, because it is a nuclear reactor, like at the end of the day. And if you're going to attach this to a rocket that has people on it, you want to shield it. You don't want people near the damn thing. Is there an extra radiation risk if there's a RUD? A RUD's less likely with nuclear thermal? Nuclear engines are, dude, dare I say it, nuclear engines, the plumbing for these things are a lot simpler than a regular rocket engine. It's on par with simplicity of like an RL-10. Yeah. No, Jeff, I don't think so. These things, nuclear engines don't break. I mean, I'd be worried about, I mean, you carry the worry of one melting down, but I mean, this thing is going to, if I was going to put this on a stage, I would want a thermal control loop just in case, because you still have to control the moderate the reaction. It is a nuclear reactor in space after all. You still have to moderate the reaction. So the reactor is always going to generate heat. So you'd need a way to you'd need a way to radiate it. Totally doable. We do it on the ISS all the time. It brings up a good question. I understand The Martian is fiction, but would Watney use the RTG to keep him warm? Or would that have killed them from radiation? You could use it to keep you warm, Geek. Sure. Would you get irradiated? Yes. Absolutely. Would you rather die? Any thoughts on solid rocket boosters that use an oxidizer to control the reaction? It's good in certain applications. What those applications are, I don't know. Yeah, see, they built out all the test stands. Everything was built out. They did the whole thing. They built out all of it. And then they when we decided we didn't want to do the Apollo program anymore, we got rid of it. All the test stands were built out. Dude, the thing works. It works. It worked just fine. There it is. It is a nuclear reactor inside of a rocket's combustion chamber, except it's not a combustion chamber. It's a heating chamber. Pat crap rocket ideas. A nuclear rotating detonator. If you were going to do a nuclear rotating detonation engine, it would have to be a staged combustion, right? Like, you would have to use the Nerva to you're using NERVA to exchange heat and turning your hydrogen into gas and then combining it with an oxidizer. You could do that. I'm not sure why you wouldn't just use the heat from the nozzle instead of a nuclear reactor. But yeah. Yeah, look at what they took from us. Dude, this wasn't like some crazy concept, ZD, either. This is what pisses me off about this. It's not some crazy concept. They built it, and it works. Straight up. This had the Apollo program kept going by the late 70s, they would have had this on the third stage. And they would have been using this to explore Mars. A nuclear-powered third stage. What they were going to do is do something like Skylab. So Skylab was an Apollo Applications Program space station. Here, let me get the picture up. So it's what's called a dry workshop, and what they were thinking about doing is putting a nuclear engine. So this is a dry workshop. This is a Saturn V third stage that they just hollowed out. They took all the fuel stuff out and took the rocket engine off the bottom and built it into a space station module. Because if it's enough to hold the fuel into space, hold the fuel going up into space, it should be enough to hold people going up into space. So Skylab itself didn't carry any fuel or oxidizer in it. But what they wanted to do is build a variant of this with a nuclear engine at the back, right? And that would have made it so you just need a hydrogen tank here, right? Inside of this bulkhead right here is the oxidizer tank. They kept the oxidizer tank because it's just simple, right? They didn't modify the stage at all. They just put a space station inside of the hydrogen tank, right? So you would eliminate the common dome on your S4B, right? And you'd put a nuclear engine at the back. You'd put that NERVA at the back of it, right? Then, so it would have been just one big hydrogen tank. Because you eliminated the oxygen tank, that would have afforded you to build a bigger space station module up at the front. And you wouldn't need the Apollo telescope mount to get rid of that. And what they would have done is launch this thing like they were doing an Apollo mission, right? But instead of, the CSM detaching, turning around, plucking the LEM off of the S4B and then going out to the moon, the CSM would just turn around and dock to it, where the lunar excursion module would just be a space station module that's affixed to your third stage. Right? And, your space station module would have probably gone to here, and then the hydrogen tank is back there for the nuclear engine. And then that whole thing acts like a spaceship. And that's what would have pushed the Apollo program to Martian flybys and Venusian flybys in the 70s and the 80s. They had the whole map figured out. They had the whole roadmap figured out. We just didn't do it. It's really, really discouraging, actually. That's really annoying. You know what the crazy thing is, dudes? You could do this with SLS. Sure. Why not? In fact, that's what I'm saying they should do. You should take that EUS, right? And make a variant of the... So this is what's going to fly on SLS post Artemis 4, right? Or post Artemis 3. They want a bigger upper stage, and that's all fine and dandy. That's cool. So what I'm thinking you should do with this thing is build... So this right here is called the Universal Stage Adapter, or USA for short. The Universal Stage Adapter is designed to carry gateway modules, payloads, whatever. So when Orion does go out to the moon, it can pluck something off of this, like Apollo. Like this thing will open up, they'll pluck stuff off of it, and you could put it wherever. What I'm saying is make that into a pressurized volume and put a docking port right here. So Orion separates, it turns around and docks to this, right? And this pressure, maybe just put a space station module like on the front. Deploy the fairing. Orion docks to the dang thing. Deploy some solar panels and use this for a transmartian injection and flyby. There you go. Prototype transfer vehicle. Done. You could also take this and use it to build gateway. Not plucking modules off. Make this the gateway. Make the whole thing the gateway. So put your Halo module up here on the front. And then, so the EUS has an aft plate carrier on it. See this thing right here? You could put solar panels, RCS, electric propulsion, whatever you want down here. And you could build the power and propulsion element into the back of the EUS. Could do it. You could even take the EUS and do a nuclear variant that has no liquid oxygen tank and just a nuclear engine right here. There's so much potential here. You could do a bunch of stuff with this. This would be great. Any news on RDEs? People are testing them. That's kind of cool. That's about it. But yeah, that could be done. Like we should be doing that. Like it's proverbial low-hanging fruit. I don't know why we don't. I mean, I do. I know the answer, but the ultimate monoprop engine. Yeah, a nuclear thermal is technically a monopropellant engine, isn't it? I know you want to get back into KSP more, but maybe not necessarily mission mode. How about building your ideal Artemis program using all the stuff you just described? After the press conferences today, I kind of want to, dude. How far could Falcon Heavy with a Dragon on top that has extra propulsion stage in the trunk go? You could probably get it. You could probably get it on a free return trajectory. K3, what you just described here. What you just described is what they wanted to do. Let me show you. There's a video about this if you guys want to see it. It describes what the nuclear rocket engine does, but here. They outline a mission architecture here.
Someday, a manned trip to Mars and return may become the mission assignment. Exactly how it would be carried out depends upon a number of factors. But here is one way it might be done with nuclear rocket propulsion, using the technology developed for earlier missions. Using several Saturn V launch vehicles, components of the huge spacecraft would be placed into Earth orbit and assembled. Separate nuclear stages might be provided for each major step of the mission. The first stage might consist of 3 clustered rockets for departure from Earth orbit. 2 other nuclear stages consisting of 1 engine each would be used in the vicinity of Mars. The first stage cluster fires to accelerate the spacecraft to the velocity needed to get to Mars in the time that was decided upon, say 200 days. At burnout, the first stage cluster is jettisoned and goes into orbit around the Sun. Mid-course correction is made by chemical rockets. About 200 days later, the space vehicle approaches Mars. There it is slowed down by a single nuclear rocket and enters an orbit around the planet. The used second stage is put into a higher Mars orbit than the space vehicle. A chemically powered module departs for the planet's surface. For the first time, men from Earth will set foot on another planet. For the return trip, the module is lifted by chemical power back into a Mars orbit, where it docks with the main space vehicle. The men transfer to the main craft and jettison the module, leaving it in an orbit around Mars. A third nuclear rocket accelerates the vehicle for the return trip. And it is jettisoned. Again, mid-course correction is made chemically. Just before reaching the vicinity of Earth, the crew transfers to a re-entry vehicle and jettisons the large spacecraft. Chemical rockets slow down the vehicle to re-entry speed, and they are jettisoned. After deceleration through the atmosphere, the re-entry vehicle returns to the Earth's surface by parachute. A trip to Mars and back, for centuries a dream of earthbound men, is now much closer to reality. Of course, there are many, many other problems to be solved.
This Artemis mission profile seems different. And we got, Kinetic, we got into talking about where it could go if, you know, NASA gets a little bit of gumption, you know what I mean?
Before such advanced space missions can be attempted, life support systems for extended space journeys, more accurate space navigation, communication systems, power supplies, and so forth. But any successful advanced mission must begin with propulsion, the power to get there and back.
That's right.
Lower overall weight, larger payloads, shorter travel time. These are the chief advantages of nuclear propulsion. The technology needed to build a nuclear rocket is well advanced. It will be available when this nation determines its next great objective in space.
So yeah, K3, what you're talking about is doable. Yeah, it's totally doable. That comment didn't age well. I don't think that, I think it did age well. I think that really comes down to the crux of what we're talking about. Listen to what he said one more time.
Nuclear rocket is well advanced. It will be available when this nation determines its next great objective in space.
We didn't do that for 50 years. We kicked the can down the road. We didn't, but now we are. Our next great objective. This is what I mean. Guys, that's what I'm talking about. You can say whatever you want about the president. I don't really care. All right? There is an objective here. There is a concrete, clear-cut objective that will galvanize NASA and get them working again. Your concrete objective. Return to the moon before the Chinese get there for their first time. You could say whatever you want about space racing, and Lord knows you'd be right. It's not very sustainable. We've done it in the past. That didn't really, historically, that has not gone well. However, it is a goal nonetheless. It is a goal in a shorter term milestone that NASA, that's tangible, that NASA can get behind. And we have the weight of the commercial space programs behind it to make it so it ends up being sustainable. So that's why it's a little bit different. But that's why that statement rings true. You need a goal. We need a concrete goal that's easy to understand that everybody can get behind. Can we get Elon on board with thermonuclear? He's the one who wants to go to Mars. Nuclear power is not really SpaceX's cup of tea, in my opinion, Raiden. I think they would want nuclear power to generate it for ISRU purposes. SpaceX, one of the reasons why SpaceX uses methane and liquid oxygen and why you're seeing such a shift towards it is because, well, methane is not as efficient as hydrogen when it comes to combustion. Methane is way easier to handle. So it's slightly better over its Kerolox counterparts in terms of efficiency. It's not as efficient as hydrogen, but once again, what it lacks in efficiency towards hydrogen, it makes up for in simplicity. Right? SpaceX doesn't want to have to deal with hydrogen. Hydrogen is tricky, it's annoying, and it really makes more sense for something like NASA to pursue that type of propulsion, in my opinion. Actually, screw it. That's not my opinion. That's a fact. So how are hydrogen cars going to work? Well, there's the plight right there, Jackal, because if you want hydrogen cars, you need to store hydrogen gas, right? You need to store hydrogen gas inside of a COPV. That's the only thing that will be able to withstand it. And what happens when it leaks? Because it inevitably will. What happens then? Cars with COPVs, what if you get rear-ended? You think the Pinto was bad when it got rear-ended? What if one of those COPVs depressurizes? Uh-oh. You just made a bullet that shot out of your car. That's about this big. Hydrogen is a pain in the butt because it's so ridiculously small. Hydrogen is about as simple of an element as you possibly can get. It is very tiny, it's very small, and it's very simple. And it leaks everywhere. It's the sand of the periodic table of elements. It's rough and it gets everywhere. Now, a fuel cell to make hydrogen gas might be a little bit of a smarter idea. That is the idea. I'm sure you guys have heard, like, oh, you remember the guy that the government had the government killed? He made cars run off water. Well, that's what he was doing. It's easier to store hydrogen when it has, oxygen attached to it. You put that through an electrolyzer, you make hydrogen gas, and then you put it in the engine, so you don't have to store hydrogen. You can make it run off water. It ain't no thing. That is a little bit more complicated, but doable. If I recall correctly, that's how Honda was making their hydrogen cars. Yeah, sure. Mm-hmm. And then the byproduct of the combusted hydrogen gas that comes out of that thing, guys, is just it'll condense and it'll combine with oxygen in our atmosphere, and water comes out the tailpipe. But that still means you need power. You need power to get the electrolyzer working, to get the hydrogen engine working. How are you going to do that? Now, that's not to say that cars don't have an electric power source that gets them to turn on and off. Of course they do. But it is more complicated. But if I was going to do a hydrogen car, that's how I'd do it. You would need distilled water to make it work, because if you put drinking water in it, it'll contaminate the electrolyzer. But, yeah, it'll work. Still waiting on the Ford Nucleon. Ah, that'd be sick. How about a coal-powered rocket engine? Coal-powered? I mean, you basically just described a solid rocket booster, Chris. What do you think an SRB is? I mean, you're not putting coal in it, but it's a very, very sticky chemically version of it. Off topic, but what about My Winter Car? It's not out yet. What about it? We haven't heard anything about My Winter Car in a long time, Mask and Fisk. All right, Hurtful, have fun with cities. How about a rocket engine powered by Squidward's hopes and dreams? Oh man, we could explore the entire solar system with something like that. I wonder if a fall from this height would kill me. No TAMs for Flight 11 have been released. Ooh, from Alex Pahizix. Okay. Notice to mariners for the launch portion of the flight. Looks like SpaceX would be targeting net October 6th with a roughly 1 hour launch window opening at 6:15 p.m. October 6th. Damn, that's not that far away. Yep. 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 That was the best Squidward laugh I've heard in a while. Cheers. Keep up the good work. Thanks, Riley. No problem. All right. So, yeah, don't make any plans that week. So we have the 6th through the 13th. Okay. Don't make any plans that week. Do we have an idea for the launch profile? It looks to be pretty much the same as Flight 10. Geek, that's what I would do. I would do the same exact flight as Flight 10. Just do the same thing. Yep, that's about a week and a half from now. Of course, that's your first week of class. Ask this a few times to NSF, but I want to hear it from you. Considering the nature of Starship being fully reusable whenever it's operational, what big space projects are you looking forward to? Let me think. Hallengar, the thing that immediately popped into my head is utilizing Starship as a space station. So putting a Starship up on orbit, right, and its payload volume is just like, it's just a space station module. So like take HLS, right, the pressurized volume in HLS, right, cut the front off for the header tanks because it's got to come back down and land, right? Remove the lunar retro thrusters, right? And then give it flappy wings. So like a kind of a more vanilla looking Starship, but with a big pressurized volume and payload bay doors that open up like the shuttle, exposing that pressurized volume and have a docking port on the pressurized volume. And then having something like Dragon go to it. Yeah. Starship being utilized as a space station. That's what I'm looking forward to. SpaceX is going to have to test long-duration space travel. They're going to have to test their systems for long-duration space travel at some point. So a Starship space station, basically reusable Skylab, could be a thing. Now, guys, I showed you guys a picture of Skylab a second ago. I don't know if you guys saw it. If you didn't see it, I'll bring it up again. All right, I want people to understand this, okay? So Skylab was made out of an S4B. That's a Saturn V third stage that they hollowed out and put a space station inside, right? The reason why I call it reusable Skylab is because, see where that checker mark is? See the checker mark right there on the rim of the S4B? From there to here, the checker mark to there, that can fit inside of Starship's payload bay. With the header tanks and whatever else you want. That'll fit inside of Starship's payload bay. Starship's payload bay is 9 meters, right? And then the curve would probably start happening like right here. Here, let me I'll show you. Like, if you want to understand the scale of Starship here, I'll just open up come on. If you want to understand what I'm talking about here, Starship is going to be like, that's crappy flaps, but you get the idea. Something like that. That's Starship. Right? And then you have the methane dome would be right here. So that, I mean, obviously you'd have your header tanks right here, so you wouldn't be able to have any of this front part. But if you put a docking port right there, that fits. And I'm not saying put Skylab inside of Starship. I'm just saying Starship as a reusable space station would be a very, 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 very cool thing. That's something I don't think people are taking into account. Like, and SpaceX has the vehicle to send to it. In fact, that's what I thought the Polaris 2 mission was going to be. I thought the Polaris 2 mission would be SpaceX putting a Starship up there and then launching a Falcon 9 with a Dragon and going to Starship and docking to it. That's what I thought Polaris 2 was going to be. I don't know if that's going to happen. How much volume does the Starship payload bay have right now? It's on the order of 1,000 cubic meters, Brayden. 1,000. It's huge, dude. It's gigantic payload volume. Skylab was 6.6 meters in diameter. You could build the, like I said, the habitable pressurized volume minus the multi-port docking adapter and the telescope mount. This part, the tank part, the part that's painted black and white, from the checkerboard down to the stringers back here, that will fit in Starship's payload bay. That's how big the pressurized volume is. It's huge. That is gigantic. And whatever you put in there, you can get back. Wasn't Polaris 3 supposed to be the first crewed Starship flight? Yes. Yeah, there's huge potential here. But Starship doesn't have a way to deploy a payload that large currently. No deploy it, McFunPants. No, keep it in there and put a docking port radially on Starship. Dragon can dock to it. Boom, reusable Skylab. When you're done, you undock Dragon, thing will come back down, does the flip, lands, boom. You have info on how to reuse a space station. Well, not a space station module. How to, how all your life support systems fare during reentry. Be a great way to test out life support systems and long duration stays inside of a Starship before you actually send one to Mars with people on board. And Dragon is the perfect intermediate vehicle to do something like this. Or just dock another Starship to it. Whatever. I mean, you do whatever. Do what you like. Could bigness fit in a Starship? Easily. You could almost fit 2 in there. I really hope they make a Starship with shuttle doors. They will. They will. They absolutely will. Here. They've shown variants, Geek. They've shown variants of Starship on their Starship page that show. There it is. That. So you have your on-orbit variant of Starship, right, with flappy wings, right, and a thermal protection system. It has those kind of doors on it. It goes up, doors open up. You could put solar panels on the inside or radiators, just like the shuttle, right? And then have your pressurized volume here with a bunch of windows and a docking port. And then you could send a Dragon to it. Pretty much like the inline docking port in KSP. Yep. The rest of Polaris flights were canceled. I'm not exactly sure what's going on with that here. Let me open up this picture separately. But yeah, there you go. You could do that. Why not? You could also make a payload bay variant of this, dudes. A Starship with nothing inside of it but a place to put payloads, like a payload attachment fitting down here. And you could pop payloads out the payload bay. There's so much freaking potential here, dude. Like, it really is a great design, dude. And SpaceX clearly has plans with HLS other than just making this, you know, like, other than just making the one that they're going to use to land. There's clearly a plan for variants here, right? Like, oh, that would be so sick, dude. We're on the cusp of getting this right. Easy Kraken, what's up? Like, we're so close to getting it right with Artemis and with Starship. It's so close. But, you know, we'll get it. Jeb willing. Gary, how big could they make the payload bay doors? Even bigger than what's shown here? Maybe Neutron style? I would not do Neutron. I wouldn't do a chomper fairing, Bert. Chomper fairings make no sense. They never made any sense with Starship. The reason why they don't make sense is how you're going to put payloads in it if you have one side of the thing able to open. You can't open the bottom. There's a thermal protection system there. And there's your header tank lines. There's a bunch of stuff up there. And your forward wire harness to your forward flap controls. There's a bunch of stuff down there. So you'd have a single chomper fairing. How are you going to get payload in? There's a nose cone in the way. You could try to like tilt it in there and stuff, but why would you do that? If you have outward radial payload bay doors that open up like this, you could just slide the payload in and set it down. Easy peasy. Just like they did with the space shuttle. Get some rest. Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good. It's been posted already, Noctrolux. We've seen it. Reverse chomper. Why don't you reverse this chomper? Got him. But yeah. Good questions. Good architectural discussion. Gigabay, but on orbit, large-scale space manufacturing, yeah, maybe. Tilt Starship so you could lower it straight down. Easy. Could they jettison the fuel tanks on Starship and put an inflatable HAB module in there? Why would you jettison the fuel tanks? Just put a dock, put an airlock at the top of the fuel tank. And just use tank ullage to purge the tank out, and then use the tank as your HAB module if you really wanted to. Hey, Crazy Horse. How are you? And did you see your question above? Has it been thought of? I'm good. I'm good. You ever think they could dock a booster in space and get it to a suitable orbit for a space station? Even if they use a Dragon to raise its orbit. Crazy Horse, understand that the V3 and V4 variants of Starship, particularly the V4 variant of Starship, the Starship is as big as the booster. So, could they? Yes. Will they? If Elon has his way, sure. Have you seen the Have you seen the renders of the V4 Starship, man? Look. The V4 Starship, the ship is just as big as the booster, man. So, could they do that? Yeah, pretty much. yeah. How about that, huh? Dude, heck, V3 is almost as big, man. But look at that, dude. Dude, the long ship looks so strange to me, dude. That looks so bizarre. I kind of hate it. I kind of hate it. I kind of hate it a lot. I kind of hate it. It looks so strange. These ones look right. That looks right. The V3 looks good. That just looks bizarre. I like stubby HLS better than V4. It just looks strange to me. You know? I'm like, thanks, I hate it. But dude, check out the booster. Check out the booster for V4, man. The booster is freaking huge. But keep in mind, the V4 is going to have different variants, so you're probably going to see the passenger versions of Starship look like this. And I will say, the V3 Starship on a V4 booster, that's going to look pretty good. That's going to look nice. That's probably the tanker variant, if I had to guess. If I'm just putting it out there. That booster is freaking monstrous, man. This thing is already 22 stories high. That's like a 25-story building right there. That's crazy. That begs the question, what does Raptor 4 look like? I don't know. 81 freaking meters. So, what's that in units that I understand? Holy crap. Man! 267 feet? That's freaking huge, dude. Wow. It's just a monster. It's kind of like a stretch semi truck. It's a vibe. It's just odd looking. Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Pretty much, Kuju, man. Yeah. It's absolutely bananas. Do you think Raptor V3 is the final major iteration of Raptor? Raptor V4 is probably going to be a variant of V3 that's optimized for not mass production. If I had to guess, V4 is going to be based off of what they learned from flying those V3s. So the V3 is a baseline of a rocket motor that's designed to be used for mass production, designed to be mass produced. V4 is going to work off that optimization. Similar to like, I mean, every Falcon is flying with Merlin 1D engines right now. But it's really not a Merlin 1D. You could probably call it a Merlin 1E, right? But they don't do that. It's not the Merlin engines that were flying on Falcon like 15 years ago are not the Merlin 1D engines that are flying on Block 5. Raptor 4 is most likely a variant that's going to be optimized versions, further optimization on V3 on the V3 design. That's my guess. Like that, I mean, that's what makes the most sense. Good questions, guys. Really good. 426 feet altogether. What's the height of the launch pads at the moment? 525 feet. I think. Yeah, or more or less. All right, dudes. This early space news schedule is really screwing with me. What do we want to do now? You guys want to play? I mean, we could keep going with the wonton vehicle design. The other thing is that I would... Building an Orion might be fun. Is OLM2 as high as OLM1? I don't think so. I think it's a little bit lower, Kuro. I think they did that on purpose. That's part of the reason why they put the flame trench in the ground. So they could get more height without changing the tower. All right. We'll work on wonton. I'm going to take a quick break here. Yeah. We'll be back. I'm just gonna grab a quick bite. Yeah, because my break's gonna end up being a little bit early. We basically already did space news for the day. We're gonna be playing through. We're gonna be playing through when we normally do space news. Nord Space Anomaly. I was just looking at that. Hold on one second. Hold on a second. Don't go anywhere. What's going on here? It just popped up. Hold on. Peter Cowan. The fire on the launchpad at Nord Space rocket launch was because of extra propellant. They used oxygen and kerosene. The ratio wasn't right. It just burned itself off, and the company says the rocket is safe. That's not how that works at all. All right. Currently evaluating whether they can try again during 3 to 7 p.m. today. Nord Space. It's far more nuanced than that. We didn't add extra propellant and get a ratio wrong. These are measured quantities and precisely tuned and tested, but also sensitive to minor deviations in performance of fluid control systems that affect combustion characteristics. The rocket and pad are secure thanks to our safety systems, and we're gearing up to go again soon. Huh. Did you see the Flight 11 news? Of course I did, man. Yeah, deviations in performance of fluid control systems. So, chill down. It sounds like they went to thermally condition their plumbing and it didn't work right. But that, once again, that I need to have the data in front of me to really tell you. But and we know, we're not getting that. So just go back a little. You can see the fire. Where's the stream? How big is that rocket? Not very big. It's a... Oh.
You're left behind. So, at North Space, I hope we keep that spirit alive. We always want to keep pushing. Of course, there are times where you have to, slow down, take a temperature check. But, always, I think
it's later. Okay. I can't. right, let's see what happens here. Oh, yeah, it sounds like a sticky valve. Well, not sounds like, it looks like a sticky valve. Look at all the locks that comes out of the nozzle here in a second. Ready? See? See all the liquid oxygen coming out of that thing? Yeah, that's not great. They tried to start it. No, they tried to chill down the motor from what it looks like, judging by that point in the count. You always have to prime the rocket engine. It looks like they went to prime it and something broke. Or something got stuck. Oh, great, Bob. Yep. Yep, that's not great. Yeah, it looks like, I mean, once again, that's just a very preliminary guess. We don't know for sure. I don't have the telemetry in front of me. I don't know the design. That looks like they went to chill down the engine because they're using kerosene and liquid oxygen. When you're using liquid oxygen, you have to cool the engine first. You don't want to flow extremely cold liquid oxygen into a warm engine. Now, keep in mind, warm is relative. Liquid oxygen exists as at a liquid at minus 193 C. And if it's 30 C ambient, well, that's probably not 30. It's, let's say, 20 C ambient up there in Canada today. We're talking about an over 200 degree difference here. So you have to chill those engines down, right? And it looks like they went to chill it. It looks like a valve got stuck open. That's another problem with, valves are a pain in the butt. They work fine, like, if you're moving water around or something, or coolant or whatever, but when you're moving cryogenics around, valves have the tendency to get stuck. They freeze. They freeze solid. They freeze open, or they freeze closed. It does happen. It looks like one of their valves got stuck open when they went to chill the engine. Probably 10 C. It doesn't matter. It could be minus 30 C right now. You're still talking about easily 150 degrees difference here. That's what it's about. It's about the difference, not the exact temperatures. What's the other option besides valves? Yeah, about that. I mean, X-Wing, there are other ways to do it. You could come up with passive fluid management systems that work like a passive valve control system. You want to start introducing Tesla valves into your rocket plumbing, please. If you want to do that, please show me how to do that, because I don't know how to do that. With that being said, there really isn't another way. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, there is. You could probably figure something out, but what you just asked is, what's another option for a vehicle besides rubber tires? It's like, okay, there are other options, but no option is going to work as well as a steel belted radial, you know what I mean? For a car. It's the reason why all cars have tires. Check their website. Okay. We are in agreement, Hibbit. Gotta beat them. Gotta take some games away. We're not agreeing. We're not in agreement for the same reasons, but also, yeah. Looks like they're gonna try again soon. Hmm. Interesting, Enzo. They said the rocket and the pad are healthy. They said the rocket and the pad are healthy, and they're gonna. Just joined. Says Artemis good. Artemis 2 seems fine, Ando. Yeah, Artemis 2 mission profile is actually pretty dang good. I have some thoughts about the heat shield, but I don't know any better, so I'm just going to keep quiet. The thoughts on the heat shield aren't necessarily that the current way that they're going to have Artemis 2 re-enter is inadequate. It'll probably work. It'll probably be just fine. It's more about the entire state of the program. You know, we're putting astronauts into an increased risk because we haven't sufficiently ironed out the heat shield design. That goes against the style of testing that NASA is doing. It goes against it completely. But what do I know? They're just doing pad cleanup and a little maintenance at the pad. Guys, I'll tell you what, if my launch pad catches on fire, I am not gonna send it. I would not do that. Do you think we're seeing a slow run? So let me rephrase. If I was in charge of Nord Space and the rocket did that on the pad, and this is your inaugural launch, you have expectations for this vehicle, and you're operating off of a small budget, etc., etc. If that was the case, I would want to know exactly why that happened. Why did that happen? Is your telemetry telling you a valve opened and closed? They seem awfully confident for somebody that doesn't have their hands on the rocket. You know, they sent out the maintenance crews. Okay. Is somebody going to go in there and look up in that rocket's nozzle? How do you know which valve failed? How do you know, if at all? How do you know why the valve failed? You don't know why that valve got stuck. Your vehicle's certainly not designed to puke liquid oxygen all over the launch pad, is it? Why would you be okay putting it into a flight condition if that was your expectation, if that wasn't part of your expectations? I would basically take the whole damn thing apart. Or, well, not take it all apart. I would take it back into the hangar and look at it again. Because how do you know? How do you know for sure? See, Raiden, this is a thing. Like, people confuse SpaceX's rapid prototyping with, oh yeah, let's just send it. And that is true to an extent, but Nord Space isn't SpaceX. Not even SpaceX used iterative prototyping when they first started. Okay? They launched 4 rockets and they all failed. And then the 5th one worked. That wasn't iterative. That wasn't rapid iteration. That was, oh God, I hope we get it right because we can't afford another one. Right? I wouldn't take a risk on an inaugural launch like that. Just send it tomorrow. But then again, I don't know that rocket's design. I don't have its design in front of me. I don't have its telemetry in front of me. I would be taking it slow right now. There's a time to go fast, and I don't think after your rocket just caused a gigantic fire on the launch pad, this would be a good time to do it. Falcon 1 was successful in the 4th flight. Yeah, Ator, I knew that. I just misspoke. Yeah, you know what I'm trying to say. You understood what I said, but you still mentioned that matter of fact. I was there. Well, I wasn't there, but were you even alive when Falcon 1 launched? North Space also isn't backed by the richest man on the planet. Bingo, K3. That's what I mean. You're not SpaceX. You don't have that blank check. You know, if you had another one waiting in the wings, that's fine, but it's not good testing to have your rocket catch the launch pad on fire and then just go clean it up with a sponge and then send it. I'm not entirely sure that that's the right way to do that. That's not how I would do it. But then again, I'm not Nord Space, so whatever. If they're confident enough to know what caused the problem. So here's how my mind works. You guys tell me if I'm nuts. Here's how my mind works. You are confident to know if you're going to go for another launch attempt. You're confident enough to know exactly what went wrong with that rocket. So if you know exactly what went wrong with that rocket and you're confident enough to do another launch attempt, why, if you knew that could happen, why did you allow it to happen? Right? Because you're not going for another attempt. It's not about what you know, it's what you can prove. Okay? Your telemetry is telling you that this happened. It puked out some propellant all over the place, right? It's telling you that. Does your telemetry corroborate to what actually happened? You're not going to know until you get hands on the hardware. You have to be able to prove both sides of the argument, what the computer is telling you and what actually is going on. You have to make sure that that's the same thing, right? And you have to go get hands on the vehicle. And that's probably what they're doing right now. But once again, if you were confident enough to schedule another launch attempt, right? That means you knew that the valves could do that and it could potentially puke it out. They certainly weren't surprised by it. But if you know the valves can do that, why would you put the vehicle out and try to fly it at all? If you know the vehicle has a potential to puke propellant all over the pad, why would you do that? This is some big red flags are showing up in my head here. Now, once again, I hope they prove me wrong. They'll probably go to launch. It'll probably work fine. I mean, clearly they're confident enough. They're confident enough in their flight rationale here that to go for another attempt. But how do you know that's not going to happen again? How do you know it's not going to do the exact same thing? Are you going to change something? Are you going to change something on the vehicle? Was this a screw up? Did someone mess up? If so, why did they mess up? Like, you got to play these games in your head, like, to get what's called good flight rationale. This is just, how not to blow the vehicle up, 101. Something is on the runway near you. Oh, X-59. Cool. Neat. The X-59 is out with its ADS-B transponder on. Relax, they're playing Kerbal. What if it was a commanded event and they just didn't expect the fire? That tells me your testing was insufficient in your launch sequencing, Phil. This whole thing screams just send it. Any chance this is a non-rocket CEO type person? I'm pretty sure Nord Space is a bunch of engineers. I'm fairly confident. The way to ensure the best outcome of success here, guys, is to make sure you know the vehicle and you understand the vehicle's behavior through and through from the ground up. You understand its behavior pursuant to your stakeholder expectations. All right, let me just give you a very basic example. When you light the engine, you want the rocket to go up, right? If you light the engine and the rocket goes sideways, well, it's doing something you don't want, right? It's doing something that you didn't plan on it to do. You know, Tim said pointy end up, flamey end down. That's kind of important. And most rockets have that stakeholder expectation that puts stuff into low Earth orbit, right? Now you got to look at why. Well, it didn't do that. Well, you wanted it to do that and it didn't do that. That means your analysis wasn't good enough because you thought it was going to go that way and it didn't go that way. You see what I'm saying? Now, unless they intended for the vehicle to puke its guts out all over, or puke all of its propellants out all over the pad, that is that same idea. That clearly was unwanted behavior, and it did it anyway. Why? Why did it do that? Is your sequencing good enough? Did a valve get stuck? Why did the valve get stuck? Have you tanked this vehicle before? If you have, did that happen? If it didn't happen, well, what's the difference? Did you change something? See what I'm saying? There's a lot of that. A fire on the pad is no joke, man. That's not great. What did they say it was? Now I want to look at their response again. What did they say? It's far more nuanced than that. We didn't add extra propellant to get a ratio wrong. These are measured quantities and precisely tuned and tested, but also sensitive to minor deviations in the performance of fluid control systems that affect combustion characteristics. That tells me valves. The rocket and the pad are secure thanks to our safety systems, and we're gearing up to go again soon. If you understand that it's sensitive to minor deviations in the performance and still let it happen anyway, why are you letting deviant behavior? Why are you letting this deviant behavior happen? That's how stuff blows up. Like, once again, I don't have a bone to pick with Nord Space. I want them to do well. I'm trying to be constructive. Like, I'm not like, well, they suck. I wouldn't launch that thing. Not today. Just wait till tomorrow. It'll be fine. You can wait a day. I mean, Canada's always on fire. They are used to it. Spicy. Spicy. Here, just in case anybody was wondering, let me show you what happened here. So you're getting a lot of LOX ullage vent right there, indicating a pressure drop. You have a pressure drop in your LOX here. Why were the tanks pressurized so high? Why open the vent and keep it open? Yes, Noctilux, something like that. Now watch. They'll initiate the count, right? They resume the count. Look, Lox is just draining out of that nozzle. An umbilical disconnects before the fire? Where? Oh, yeah. Up there. Are you sure that is Lox? It looks like an atomized mixture, Xerax, because it clearly burned off, but dude, I you know what? I ain't saying nothing. I ain't saying nothing. I wish them all the best. I hope that works. I hope that works for him. I'm serious. I really do. Like that. What happened? I don't know. Something is weird with their fluid control system. Something went wrong with their fluid control systems during terminal count. And they said, yeah, it's no big deal. We'll launch again in a second. Their stream is still up, and they're going to try to launch again in like 30 minutes. You give up. What do you give up, Trey? That is fine. It's concrete. Only a few kilograms of kerosene sprayed onto it and it was burned off. Standard occurrence for rocket tests with fire suppression mechanisms in place. What now? Trey, is that you? Yeah, it is. Okay. So where I'm getting confused is they say that that's standard occurrence in in the reply to you, Trey, and then literally the thing that you replied to says it's not, says that it's not. It's clearly not standard occurrence because you scrubbed the launch. Now I'm getting confused. Is it okay or is it not okay? Pretty sure the launch pad catching on fire is not something that you should be like, yeah, it's fine. I think the leak is standard, not the fire. But they said standard occurrence for rocket tests. Your rocket's supposed to just dump fuel and oxidizer all over the pad? That's what it's supposed to do. I got the links, Creeper. Thank you. When does this happen for Starship tests? Well, the last time it happened for Starship tests, Booster 7 almost blew up on the launch pad. Okay, now I'm vested. Now I want to watch this. Let's see what happens. Now I'm just genuinely wondering. They're going to try again in 25 minutes. Is their stream up? Stream is still up. Like I said, I am unfamiliar with the design of this vehicle, to be 100% honest with you guys. I'm just clearly what happened was enough for you to not try to launch it. Is it so? Like now, I'm just genuinely wondering. Like, is it supposed to do that? Like, is it supposed to just puke out propellant everywhere? The way they talked about it before, it made it seem like that's not what they want. So why did they postpone the launch? Once again, I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm just genuinely wondering. It's also a 2-hour window, so it could go longer. Still be it. Over under on engine started popping. I don't here. Let me I need to understand what type of rocket they're like. What is this? I didn't see any. So where's the info on this thing? This is the rocket that they're building right there. Where's the info on this thing? What the heck? Uniquely designed to support multiple fuels, kerosene jet IRP1 standard, including sustainable aviation fuel. Is Sorry if I'm saying something that has already been said. Just joined and supposedly they've inspected. There's no damage caused. How do you know? Did you take the rocket apart? Like, that's what I'm wondering, David. Did they take it apart? Like, how do you know? How do you know that there's no damage? And then they said the pad catching on fire was, oh yeah, that happens. It's like, you sure? You sure about that? Anyway, when is their next attempt? "20 minutes. Just do what we do and blame it on startup transients and move on. You deleted that message on me. Nice. Why does North Space already have more planned vehicles than a standard plate of hot wings? Yeah, I don't know. $15.30. So 3:30. Yeah, okay. You aren't supposed to see that, sir. I'm quick on the draw, man.
See out there, those towers, that's the Port of Brownsville.
Oh, sorry about that.
Lots of exciting stuff. Hopefully that's...
Oh, Roger's in on the Raptor side chat because it's Tuesday. I was wondering where that audio was coming from. Cool. It's called a low energy static fire. Oh, yeah? I'm fine, Jackal. Yeah, I'm good. A lot of good press conferences this morning, too. Just remember, all failures, even in the middle of the flight, are startup transients. All right, I'm putting the music on, guys. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and go grab a quick bite to eat. Why isn't this in the next spaceflight app? Do you know? I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's maybe I think next spaceflight on the main page. Well, no, they had haste missions. I don't know. Maybe they just didn't include it. Nord Space's founding principles are for Canada to have independent launch capability. that's one of their things. So, all right, just give me a second, dudes. I will be back momentarily. Oh, we don't want the replay thing. We need... We'll be back. Why did I make it go across the damn screen? I will be back in a second. I forgot that you could make it do that. I forgot that. All right, I'll be back in a moment. Just gonna take a quick pee break. Boom! With the bits. And now for your local weather. What's going on? All right. We're going to keep going with our space news here today. I want to see this. Let's see what this thing can do. All right, Graham, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Well, David, I mean, maybe that's intended. I don't. Is there no live stream? Yeah, it's live, but there's no feed. You know, while we're waiting on them, dudes, I'm gonna turn the music down. While we're waiting on them, I'll share a couple of other space news links with you. So the first big news that we got today is that we have the notice to mariners for Starship Flight 11 starting on the 6th, going to the 13th. Afternoon launch. Around 6 p.m. Central Time every day. So yeah, another Starship flight coming soon. This tells me that the Ship 38 static fire was fine, which is great. And then this is the other one. Stoke posted a picture of their Zenith. The Zenith engine on their test stand. Right. Huh. So I don't know if you guys saw it, but Stoke the other day posted pictures of their launch pad. The launch pad down at the Cape. This is Complex 14, guys. This is the launch complex that John Glenn took off from. Yeah. Pad's looking good, man. 1 minute for Nord Space. Okay. What's the length of the closure? 2 hours. I hope so, Joe. I hope they did. But yeah, Stoke's doing some work. Good stuff. All right, we're trying to see if Nord Space can get their sounding rocket going. I don't see nothing. Yeah, the launch window just opened, guys, so... Yeah. The stream will start as soon as they can dedicate someone to get it going. It's a small team. Everyone has a job. Have you seen the ESA vid? No. What's the ESA vid? Europe's future transportation ecosystem. What is this about?
Ecosystem. ESA envisions a future where reusable, interoperable systems transform how we access and act in space. With industry, FLPP is shaping Europe's future space transportation ecosystem, an interoperable and modular way to travel to, in, and back from space. Reusable launchers deliver payloads to orbit efficiently and sustainably. Multi-engine propulsion systems ensure reliable ascent and descent phases. First stages return to Earth, landing securely on platforms to prepare for their next flight. Reusable components, an essential step towards sustainable space transportation, support the longevity of the ecosystem. Lightweight upper stages
I would like to
transport
see that.
payloads to parking orbits, where they wait to be transported to their destination. Once in parking orbit, a space tug arrives to collect the payload. Space tugs are spacecraft designed to transfer payloads from one orbit to another. ESA is working with industry to develop advanced docking technologies that enable secure payload transfers. Space tugs transport their payloads in space up to their intended orbit. At the center of the ecosystem is Odyssey, an orbital propellant depot where spacecraft can refill to extend their operational lifetimes. With refilling capabilities and advanced in-space logistics, the ecosystem supports continuous missions, ensuring each component operates as part of a larger, integrated whole. FLPP partners with industry to create an ecosystem where different companies can easily connect the system to meet their mission's needs. ESA is enabling Europe's future in space, a unified, interoperable ecosystem that connects every mission, every payload, every destination. This is not just the future of space transportation. This is how Europe takes the lead. Takes the lead. Every destination. This is not just the future of space transportation. This is how Europe takes the lead. This is not just the future of space transportation. This is how Europe takes the lead.
Good luck. Good luck, guys. I wish you all the best. Nordspace says on their live stream that we are ready to fly. Pad and rocket are all secured and cleaned up. Didn't know the Europeans had humor. Here's your lead. Yeah, Callisto flight is pushed to 2027, that reusable launch vehicle. What's that, W? We've been asked to move our launch till tomorrow morning. We'll see you then. Oh. They've been asked to move the launch till tomorrow. Okay. All right, so much for doing that. When games? I don't know. Okay, gotta fix the car in MSC. I think you need to enable streamer mode in BF6. What? Battlefield 6 will include 14 licensed songs. Awake by Godsmack. Okay. Drowning Pool. Bodies. Yep. Break Stuff by Limp Bizkit. Okay. Can't Stop by Red Hot Chili Peppers. Domination by Pantera. Got Each Other by the Interrupters featuring Rancid. I heard that. Master of War from Bob Dylan. Nothing But a G Thing by Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg. Pain by Chalk. Oh, that's okay. Okay. All right, what are we gonna do now? You can enable streamer mode. It stops the songs from playing in vehicles. Cool. Proof of source, I don't even trust these XXX game news. That's from Battlefield Bulletin. Drowning Pool. What frickin' year is it, dude? Does this look like a Dale 3 on Raptor 3 serial number 3? Hell yeah, brother, dude, for Dale. That's what I'm talking about. It definitely is, dude. That's the Intimidator 3 right there. That's awesome. Yes. Dude, hell yeah. That's freaking sweet, man. Raptor 3, serial number 3. Do it for Dale. No, wait, no. Praise Dale, brother. That's pretty awesome. It is, dude. That's the Intimidator 3, man. Somebody at McGregor put that on an engine, Jackal. Look, they're moving it around. I don't think that's pretty good, dude. That's pretty cool. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. That's good stuff, man. Oh boy. Oh dude, check this out. Vast just posted this. We're excited to welcome Chris Young as Vast's new Chief Operating Officer. After 14 plus years at SpaceX handling leading engineering, integration, and mission operations, including all 19 human space flights, Chris brings unmatched expertise in human spaceflight to help launch and operate Haven 1, the world's first commercial space station. Ha ha ha! Okay. Okay. Yeah, right, Dan? It's pretty sick, man. I think SpaceX will buy Vast in the end. They're really helping them. Dragon will handle Eclipse for Haven 1. Really? Interesting. Dragon can do that? Well, of course it can, Sea Kraken. You just got to open up the hatch. Yeah. Open the hatch. You think that engine will fly? Raptor 3 serial number 3? God, I hope so, man. Honestly, if SpaceX did end up buying Vast, it wouldn't surprise you. Why would SpaceX buy Vast, though, fellas? Why would they buy Vast if they have Starship? Yeah, but pressure volume is so much larger, making circulation harder, at least in your head. So, that's fair. Sea Kraken, you and I both know it's not this simple, but it is this simple. Dragon's environmental control and life support system clearly has umbilicals that you can attach to the suits, right? Right? So, what's stopping them from taking one of those suit umbilicals, right? You know, modifying it in a little bit, right? And then plugging that into the Haven 1 HVAC systems. What's stopping you from doing that? Because yeah, if Dragon just plugs in and they open up the hatch, right? Yeah, of course you're gonna have some weird problems, right? you're going to have problems circulating the air. You need to have circulation. So your passive circulation goes through the hatch from the module, from Haven into Dragon's environmental control systems, and then it pumps it back to the other end through one of the suit umbilicals or something similar to that. So you have to run a hose from the hatch. You have to run a hose from Dragon's Eclipse up and plug it into an umbilical on the inside of Vast when you open up the hatch, and that gets the air flowing. Shouldn't be too hard, right? Is it powerful enough to handle that much volume? David, if it was powerful enough for them to EVA inside of it, yeah, I would say so, yes. Does anyone know what Starship will use for an abort system? No, there is no abort system chilling for Starship. The abort system is making sure the engines are reliable enough to never have a problem. Whoa, check this out. This just posted up. You guys want to see something crazy? It is rockets. The US was testing Trident D5s. Look at this thing. So watch the top. Watch the top of the Trident. There's a reason why it's called Trident. Ready? Whoop! It deployed its little thingamajigger. Haven 1 has no Eclipse. They'll use lithium hydroxide scrubbers inside Dragon. Max said it on a Space News interview. SpaceX is making an extended Eclipse package for Dragon to dock to Haven stations. There you go. Is that a World War III rocket? Yes. Oh, hello. So Trident has a plunger on the front. See? There's a little plunger. No, that... So you guys want to see something trick? That's doing what a nose cone should be doing. When you can't make the nose cone pointy enough, add a thingamabobber to the top. The thingamabobber will work. Is that reusable? No. No, it's not. It's not an antenna. It's an aerodynamic element with basically a flat plate of metal at the top, fellas. And what it does is it pierces the air like a nose cone. It's a nose cone without the nose cone. Because the way the air shoots off of this, it shoots off of it tangentially, right? And it actually gets sucked down the side. That is doing the exact thing as a pointed nose cone. It's doing the exact same thing. Now, I know what people are going to say. Why didn't they just put a why did they do that? Why not just put a pointed nose cone in? It has to fit in a submarine, dudes. So you needed to make a nose cone without making a nose cone. Trident has a little dinner plate up at the top. It deploys right at ignition. See? Whoop. Look how happy it is. Yeah. Pretty cool. Be honest, it's a Dalek. No, it's Bender. The Goblin is real. What is that? What's that? Pratt & Whitney accelerates development of its XA-103 engine for the U.S. Air Force's Next Generation Adaptive Propulsion Program. Knowing the Navy, that probe is so classified, we're going to say it's just a dinner plate. It looks exactly like a dinner plate. Ah, yes! Nubian! We got lots of that. That's a pulse detonator? No, it's not. Too bad it's a weapon of war. Starliner utilizes similar aero elements to do stuff like that, Redbeard. Not exactly like that pointy nose cone, but... Why such a weird nozzle? There's nothing in there. There's nothing in there on it. By setting stringent digital requirements for the supply base and internal teams and distributing advanced digital design models, Pratt & Whitney is shortening development times, reduce... Okay, yeah, you're doing a good job. Good for you. You don't need to tell us. We're paving the way with digital on NGAP so much that the rate that we are delivering XA103 technical data packages has doubled. Model-based design ties all the puzzle pieces together, fostering constant collaboration, and we are applying these learnings across our engine portfolio. Thank you for that word salad. I appreciate it, but I already had dinner. Pratt & Whitney XA103 is an American adaptive cycle engine demonstrator being developed by Pratt & Whitney. It is competing with the General Electric XA102 as the power plant for the U.S. Air Force's 6th generation fighter program, the NGAD. Variable cycle engine, also referred to as an adaptive cycle engine, is an aircraft jet engine that is designed to operate efficiently under mixed flight conditions, such as subsonic, transonic, and supersonic. An advanced technology engine is a turbine that allows different turbines to... It's a turbine that allows different turbines to spin differently at individually optimum speeds instead of setting one speed for all. It emerged on larger airplanes before finding other applications. The next generation of supersonic transports may require some form... That's speculation. I hate those types of posts, Jackal. Mixed flow turbofan with the ejector concept. A low bypass ratio engine is mounted in front of a long tube called an ejector. The ejector reduces noise. It's deployed during takeoff. Restream. Restream architecture has a third detached airstream. The stream bypasses the core when fuel efficiency is required through the core for greater power. Under the Versatile Affordable Advanced Turbine Engines program, the U.S. Air Force and industry partners developed this concept under the Adaptive Versatile Engine technology and follow on... Okay, that really says nothing about what... Please watch this video. It's from Ray Ray. Transforming the customer experience through digital. Thick digital. Yeah, I got you, Redbeard. Huh. Is it... So it's 3-stream. Interesting. It would be 3-stream. 3-stream architecture adds a third directable airstream. The stream bypasses the core and fuel efficiencies required for greater power. Well, it says the XA101 is there, not the 102. Geared turbofan, yeah. Turbo electric. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I got you. I got you. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Cool. That's neat, Baron. Very cool. I'm looking around to see if there's any other space news. Something like that is used in the B-21. Cool. All right, dudes. We gonna play games or what? It's 4 o'clock. Let's shall we play Kerbal and keep working on Wonton? Or I mean, I played Cities yesterday. I'm jonesing to play Summer Car so bad, but we'll do that tomorrow. We'll do it tomorrow. What's that flagging? You don't think we're supposed to see that? That's just Energia M. Been there for a long time, dude. Play what you want to play? I actually haven't played Stationeers in a hot minute, SVO. Has the worker's bug fully left your body? For now. Name the top 3 best rockets. Space Shuttle, the Space Shuttle, and the Saturn V. Yeah, that's Energia M. Fun fact. The payload fairing is your forward attachment point for your liquid fuel rocket boosters. That's the payload fairing. Yep. You need to see this. I've seen this video. I've seen it before. I saw it yesterday. It almost reminds you of Buran. It's derived from Buran Energia's launch vehicle. That was a medium duty. It's Energia medium as opposed to Energia large. So the prime one, it was a medium duty launch vehicle utilizing Energia architecture. They copied everything from us. Yeah, I know. That's what they do. Oh. Gee, that's such an interesting plane design, you know, putting a radar on the top and having four horizontal or 4 vertical stabilizers. Gee, I wonder where they got the idea for that. Gee, that's a real it's a really unique design. Yeah, I wonder where they got the idea for that. Totally not an SU-27. Just saying. Interdasting. It's like if you prompted AI to do a carrier montage footage. What are those squiggly wires above the cockpit? It's for the ejection system, dude. It also is a ripoff from the F-35. They like doing that. It is what it is, man. We allow them to do it, so. That's unfair, Lev. That's an AWACS, I think. Oh, of course, but whatever that thing is a blatant ripoff of an E2. It's a Hawkeye. Look. I haven't heard nothing about new Glenn Strickler. They do not have the rights. The Chinese don't really believe in intellectual property rights, Flagon. Because that's IP is individualistic, and their government it does not champion individualism, so they don't really believe in it. So they just kind of copy everybody else. Something like that, dude. I mean, here's the thing. They're just going to copy our stuff. They want to just copy our stuff. That's fine. You know that copying our stuff means we know how it works, right? Like, I'm just putting it out there. Yeah, we know about the Tupolev TU4. Anyway, I don't know, dudes. Dude, we gamed it out last week. I'm like kind of just in a space news mood, but I don't know. I don't know what I feel like playing, dude. What I really want to do is do some work on the car, but I'm not 100% sure everybody wants to do that. So, we'll play a game, dude. Let's see, what do we want to play? Nord Space got delayed till tomorrow. I know. Split the difference and do MSC? Oh, it's good work. Well, you can work on the car tomorrow. We'll play MSC. We'll do MSC tomorrow. I'm just, yeah, dude, I'm in kind of a little bit of funk. I don't really, like, it's so strange. I don't really feel like playing any video games. That's weird. I don't usually get this. It's not summer anymore. I thought you said MSC till the 22nd. Well, Vet, I wanted to complete the rally race, dude. I know it's not summer anymore, but we completed the rally race. What am I supposed to do? Just stop playing? Right? Like, we will continue with attempt number 4, the attempt number 4 playthrough, until the character dies, and then we won't start again until next year. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing to test out that's of substance for a long format stream, Jackal. All right. Okay, let me jog the VOD, and yeah, we'll play Kerbal. That's fine. We'll play some KSP, and we'll go from there. Where did I put my sandals? Oh, they're over there. Okay, cool. All right, I will be back. I'm gonna jog the YouTube VOD. We're gonna go to a split screen here, or the start screen here, and I will be back momentarily.